Good morning, Mr. Chair. We're live whenever you're ready to start.
Good morning, Mr. Villalobos. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the August 4th hearing of Santa Barbara County Planning Commission. Would you please join me in the flag salute? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Mr. Villalobos, can you start us out with items 2 and 3, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County of Santa Barbara Television, CSB TV Channel 20, at, in this case, 11 o'clock a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, San Ynez Valley, Samaria, and Orchid areas. Rebroadcast of today's Planning Commission hearing will be on the evening of Friday, August 6, 2021, directly following the rebroadcast of the Montecito Planning Commission hearing at 5 p.m. on CSB TV Channel 20. Today's hearing will also be streamed live on the county's website and will be available for download in a day or two. Now for the roll call, Commissioner Cooney.
Here.
Commissioner Bradley.
Here.
Commissioner Park, I'm not sure if I've seen him come in yet.
Present.
Oh, great. Great, thanks, John. Commissioner Blau.
I'm here.
And Chair Farini.
Here.
Great, thank you.
Okay, great, thanks. All right, item 4 and 5, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Chair, members of the Commission. Regards to the agenda status report, there are 2 items on the standard agenda. Amendments to the temporary COVID-19 zoning ordinance, changing the date, and then we have the continuation of the New Era cannabis cultivation project that was set for today. So staff's ready to present on all those items. And I can move to the projection report, Chair, if you'd like.
Yes, sir, please do.
So our next scheduled hearing is going to be August 11th. We had continued neighborhoods of Willow Creek to that date. And then we also have the Cresco cannabis cultivation and processing application on that date as well. Following August 11th, there are no other items projected until we get to September 29th. We have the 29th and October 1st, we've projected having the ExxonMobil trucking project heard on those dates. So that would be the Wednesday, and we did a special hearing on a Friday, October 1st. And then after that, we have October 6th. There are 3 items on that. We continued the Orchid gas station appeal to that date. And then there's another appeal on that date, as well as actually 3 appeals on that day. Appeal of another project on that date. Then after October 6th, we don't have anything projected until October 27th, which Long Range Planning is bringing housing bill implementations to you on that date. So that concludes the projection report, and staff will be looking at those dates between now and September 29th to see if there's other projects that could be scheduled for those hearings. So we'll update you on our next hearing as staff coordinates internally on projecting items for those dates. So that concludes the projection report, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Commissioner Park.
I have a couple of questions for Secretary Wilson. What are the odds now on this September 29th hearing taking place? Is it, we got about 100% or 50%, or what do you think?
Commissioner Park, through the chair, I'm leaning towards more of a 80-20% on that,
Okay.
on the odds. So as of right now, the odds are looking really in favor of those hearings on those dates.
Okay. Now, also focusing on September, I know there are noticing requirements and so on and so forth. So if matters came up, I don't know if they could even be set in September. Is there any possibility we'll have other meetings in September? The reason I ask is I'm going to be trying an arbitration proceeding the week before that 29th. And if I know for sure we're not going to be having a Wednesday hearing, I can schedule that as a court day.
Commissioner Park through the chair. So I'm pretty confident that the September 29th date is a valid date at this point. There's been some discussions with the applicants and other concerned parties. I believe those have been resolved, and that's the September 29th is about as solid as I can get it right now. These dates in September. I think with noticing requirements, we could, I don't know how soon you would need to know, Commissioner Park, if we do put a date. So we're looking at September 8th, I guess would be another hearing date. We still have time to put items on that one. We would know by August 12th if we would be putting something on there. So we'd actually probably know by next week if that's a valid date or not.
And then what about those intermediate dates in September? I guess I
think, I don't know if September has if that's a fifth Wednesday there, because there is no other hearings for the County Planning Commission from September 8th to September 29th. So the other date in there is September 15th, but that's a Montecito Planning Commission hearing. So there is actually nothing scheduled between 8th to the 29th for the county.
Because if we were having hearings, they'd be on the 1st and the 8th and the 29th. We wouldn't have them on the 22nd or the 15th. Got it?
Correct.
Okay.
So those dates, the 15th and the 22nd would not be a county planning commission. So those dates would be available. Commissioner Park, if you wanted to schedule something for those dates.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
And Commissioner Bradley.
Thank you, Chair Perini. There was a Les Certe appeal of a BMO LLC on September 8th. Is that one of the things that got pushed to the 3 appeals on a later date?
Commissioner Bradley through the chair. That's correct. There was probably the projection report you're looking at has been updated, and that item got moved to later in October, I believe.
Thank you.
So as of right now, it looks like there's no items projected from like the end of August through September 8th. So you might have a fall recess if we don't put items on.
I want to go to Europe, but I don't really want to go to Europe now. So, okay, thank you.
Okay. On to public comment then, item 6. Mr. Villalobos, do we have anyone who would like to take public comment on items not on today's agenda?
Mr. Chair, I did actually receive a couple of requests to speak on general public comment. That's Renee O'Neill and Dave Clary. I'll call on Ms. O'Neill first. Ms. O'Neill, if you could unmute yourself.
Hi, David. I was planning on speaking after Dave Clary. If you could do that for me, please, because my speech follows his comments.
Okay. Mr. Clary.
Okay, can you hear me?
We hear you.
Okay, great. Chairman Perini, Commissioner Park, Commissioner Cooney, Commissioner Plow, and Commissioner Bridley and staff. My name is Dave Clary. I'm a retired attorney and live in Tepiscate Canyon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak briefly this morning. I have submitted to each commissioner a letter regarding the practice or rule that we do not look at character issues of an applicant in the context of an application for an LUP or CUP. We are only permitted to look at the proposed land use. Issues regarding the applicant are to be considered in the context of the application for a cannabis business license. I believe this is a rule without support in statute, case law, or ordinance. I believe it to be a harmful rule. It deprives the planning department, the planning commission, the board of supervisors, and the general public of an opportunity to consider such issues, which may be very important at the land use permit stage. As an example, an individual has admitted he is guilty of bribing a supervisor in a neighboring county for cannabis cultivation rules that favored his interests. He also attempted to bribe a city official for a cannabis dispensary permit and has failed to pay federal income taxes and agreed to pay $3.4 million to the IRS as restitution. Given the existing rule, would these facts be allowed to be considered by the Santa Barbara Planning Department and Planning Commission in evaluating the applicant's credibility in his claim of legal nonconforming status with regard to a very extensive cannabis cultivation site currently in the process stage for a CUP in our county? Maybe not. I have set forth the details of what I have found regarding the lack of foundation for the rule in my letter. I believe the rule should be abandoned. I respectfully request that you read the letter I have submitted and give the issue serious consideration. Thank you very much.
Ms. O'Neill?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Good morning.
Honorable Chair Farini and Commissioners, my name is Renee O'Neill. I support David Clary's letter regarding character issues related to conditional use permits. David spent countless hours doing extensive research, citing government codes, cases, and statutes on this issue. Clearly, this brings into light some of the unconsidered issues surrounding the county's hastily drafted cannabis regulations. It also addresses the fact that the land use policies are often an indecipherable mass of confusing regulations. As a retired attorney, David points out that multiple cases he reviewed do not, in any manner, deal with a prohibition against looking at the nature or character of a CUP applicant. The cases deal with challenges to the conditions applied to a CUP that are part of the permit. Why aren't these issues adequately addressed in both the CUP and LUP processes? At last week's Planning Commission meeting, Brittany Heaton and other staff gave an excellent, comprehensive briefing on the cannabis business licensing process. As the county's principal analyst, Brittany answered and confirmed the commissioner's questions regarding the fact that there is no opportunity for public input in this process. There are no public hearings where residents can participate and make sure that key facts and issues are raised. This must be remedied. If this county had taken time to develop much more prudent regulations and there had been more transparency, maybe they wouldn't have approved corrupt players that were allowed to develop and operate unimpeded in our community that are now facing charges of bribery and tax evasion. I'm beginning to wonder how many of our county and or state legislators have connections with the mafia or cartels. Or is it just a matter of greed? What else can explain this county's blatant support of excessive cannabis industry development and illicit growers? We, the people, are tired of being your sacrificial lambs. Since 2016, we have repeatedly brought our concerns to the board's attention and have been patently ignored by most of them. We will continue to fight the cannabis blight with all of our might. Thank you for listening.
Mr. Chair, I believe the rest of our speakers are for our items on our standard agenda.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. Commissioner Park?
I've got to say something in response to what we've just heard. I think it was interesting that folks listened so carefully to the presentation last week from Brittany Heaton, which was just an excellent presentation. And it did make it clear that the public really doesn't get to participate in hearings or appeals on the business license processing. And also that the business license processing occurs, of course, after the land use processing. So any information on who really is behind a project doesn't come out during the land use process. I'm glad other people are hearing that. I want to point out to folks that what you call a rule, Mr. Clary, is kind of more of a guideline. And I think we made it clear here at the Planning Commission, I certainly have, that these are hearings of fact. And when somebody is testifying in front of us, as people will be throughout the day, I'm certainly entitled to look at whether that is a credible witness or not. And who the witness is and whether they've been honest with us and so forth is certainly important in weighing credibility. Now I'm going to say something I've been meaning to say for months, and bear with me. And Mr. Clary, I know you're a real gentleman, so I think I can say this to you. 25, 30 years ago, I worked very hard on different matters involving the Santa Barbara Harbor. And I had the complete pleasure of dealing with a wonderful public servant for the city of Santa Barbara. His name was John Bridley. Okay. Wonderful man. I really like him. And then years later, I met his bride, Laura Bridley, who was the 2nd District Planning Commissioner. And she is a wonderful person and a good friend of mine. And I'm just going to ask you and anybody else, including the members of our commission, please do not mispronounce my good friend John Bridley's last name. Thank you. Or Laura Bridley's last name.
Aw, thank you, John.
Had to say it.
Okay, very good. Okay, and then on to item 7 would be Planning Commissioner's informational reports. I think Commissioner Park just gave his on enunciation and pronunciation, so we got that. We'll move on then to item 8, Director's Report.
Okay, you challenged me.
Oh, okay, go ahead, John.
And but it reminds me, you know, one thing I'm involved in that sort of somehow has something to do with being a planning commissioner, but it's kind of vague on how, is I'm conducting outreach to the public and particularly to landowners on the countywide recreation master plan. And that deals more with Parks Department than planning, but it just deals with all of us. And we'll be having workshops all throughout the summer on this plan. And the next one is scheduled in Orcutt on August 11 at the Oasis Senior Center in the evening. It's either 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock on August 11 on a Wednesday. And so anyone who's listening to this that wants to have some input on what recreational needs are, and particularly this one will be in the Orcutt area, please attend. You'll have a good time. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Mr. Wilson, we have a director's report.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, Director Plowman is out of the office this week. I don't have anything of import. The board had a special hearing on August 3rd. It had to do with the acquisition of property on Randall Road, which is in Montecito. I don't know the specific facts in regards to that, but they did have a special hearing yesterday on that one. And then as far as looking at the Board of Supervisors long-range calendar, I can go over that with the commission. Projects that may be of interest to the commission is the Autumn Brands appeal is scheduled for September. Nope, sorry. The Autumn Brands appeal is scheduled for August 24th. That went to the commission earlier this year. And then the other item would be the Canarios project. It was scheduled for August 31st, but I think the applicant has asked us to move that hearing date to later in the fall. And I don't have that date available to me today. That was scheduled for August 31st, but I think the applicants had asked for that to be moved due to scheduling concerns. On September 14th, we have 2 items that were taken to the board on that date. Long Range Planning is putting together a request to the Board of Supervisors in regards to potential zoning ordinance amendments that to add to the Long Range Work Program. And then we have on that same day, following on our hearing today, we have to take the Planning Commission's recommendations with regard to amending the ordinance regarding the COVID temporary provisions on that date as well, to change the date for when those expire. And then other dates looking out there is earlier this year, the board had heard the appeal of the Decker Greenhouse project that is looking at being returned on October 5th. Just a quick recap in case you may have forgotten that one. He had come back with a project for greenhouses, and the board had returned it back to staff to re-examine the CEQA that exemption that had been applied. So we're going to be looking at bringing that back later this year. And then in the Key Site 3, where right now it's set on the long-range calendar for a hearing on October 12th, but we're still continuing I'm looking at dates on that. So tentatively it's set for October. And then the other ones, there are no other items. Climate change doesn't have a date, but we're looking at trying to take that one to the board as well. And then the Oasis project, as I mentioned, I think it was last week, we're continuously working with the applicants. As we know, there's a two-pronged process with that. The development rights exchange with the county, and then the project. So I know they're targeting trying to get to a closed session in August to be able to negotiate on the development rights exchange. Once we get that resolved, then we're looking at trying to set a date later this year for that to go back to the board for that hearing. So that's where we're at on the long-range calendar. As far as the hearing format, as I mentioned in Director Plowman's absence, we're based on kind of what's happening in the world around us, concerns with the Delta variant, et cetera. We're not anticipating trying to rush back to in-person hearings. And so we're anticipating maybe staying in this format until the executive order expires as far as the Brown Act and requirements for public hearings as far as that goes. So as of right now, we're going to continue in this format probably as long as we can. And we'll keep the Planning Commission apprised of that. Other than that, I don't really have any other information for the director's report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Commissioner Blau?
Yeah, I just want to let you know, I'm happy to hear that Oasis is maybe getting resolved, although a little too late for me. Mr. Lewis, who is one of the family members that was the driving force behind that, passed away this week. And so it'd be nice if we could get this resolved for the benefit of the surviving family. Just let you know that.
Thank you, Commissioner Blau. Commissioner Park?
I had a question for Secretary Wilson, and you may have covered this, but I just didn't hear it. And that is, when is the hearing that the board's going to have on looking at the various cannabis ordinances again? I know we've talked about that, but I wasn't listening carefully enough to know whether you remember that or not.
Commissioner Park, through the chair, the one that's set for right now is Autumn Brand. That was going to be heard. That's going to be heard on August 12th, and that's a Carpinteria project. The next one was Canarios, and that was originally set for August 31st, but I believe that's getting the applicants request us to move that date. So that may not be heard on August 31st. There's one other project out there that we haven't put on the long range calendar. It's not showing up on what I'm looking at is Santa Rita. And that is, we're looking at maybe a hearing date in September for that one.
But I thought that that either you or Director Plowman reported to us in sometime in the recent past that the board was going to be having a hearing on considering some amendments to the cannabis ordinance. And I don't know if you covered that or not, but if you did, I missed it.
Commissioner Park, through the chair. Thank you for that. I apologize. I did gloss over that. That hearing is set for September 14th. So on September 14th, under the heading of zoning ordinance amendments package, so there's a two-prong request. One is for the board to consider any potential ordinance amendments related to cannabis, and then as well as if we, with a additional staffing, what other ordinance amendments could we accomplish with additional staffing? So those are the two requests that would be going on September 14th.
But we won't have any hearings where we would give them some advice on that like we have in the past?
Commissioner Park, through the chair, that's correct. The board has asked us to return back on September 14th. And then depending on how that goes, we would go back to the Planning Commission in regards to whatever changes in the ordinance they direct us to make. So we haven't anticipated coming through the Planning Commission on overall cannabis changes or cannabis ordinance changes to the board at this point.
Okay, Commissioner Bradley.
Secretary Wilson, I think you said the lack of going back to in-person hearings was going to be tied to the Brown Act order by the governor. Is that right? So, I mean, it's indefinite, right? The chance of going back to hearings, we don't have any sense whether it's even going to be this year or next year, or is that Brown Act order got a date on it now that might be being re-examined?
Commissioner Bradley, through the chair, my understanding is that executive order expires at the end of September. And so if the governor doesn't extend it, then it would expire, and then we would go back to in-person for Brown Act things at the end of September.
I know it's impossible to predict, but I'm hopeful. I miss our meetings in person, but that's just personal. Thank you.
Commissioner Blau. Dan, you're muted.
They changed my icons. I've hard getting used to them being here. Following up on Commissioner Park comment, is it possible for us to schedule an item on our hearing prior to the board meeting so we could let them know about some items that we may want to address, have them address to change on the cannabis ordinance? It's kind of like if I understood what Secretary Wilson just told us, the board is going to meet and direct staff to send us items they want us to review. Do we want to suggest items that they may want us to review?
Commissioner Blau, through the chair, I can start that question. So looking at the projection report, we have August 11th hearing. Other than that, we don't have anything projected. Being fiscally prudent, I try to have any special hearings paired with a project. So that way we're also keeping our revenues coming in. I think the board had given us specific direction to return to them with an ordinance amendment package, and then a discussion with the board on what they were anticipating changing or not changing. So we were that came through our long range planning program when we went for our budget, was if there was any desire to provide other additional changes to the cannabis regulations. If you wanted to schedule something, that would be under the purview of the Planning Commission if they wanted to schedule a hearing to discuss changes. And we could forward that as part of an action letter.
Well, I'll defer that to Commissioner Park, but if he wants to schedule some hearing prior to that board meeting to inform the board of items that we think we may want to address, I would support that. It's his call.
And I'm sorry, Chair Freeney and commissioners, I do have Mr. Clement available. If I know we're not totally agendized to talk about setting special hearings, but under a broader conversation of director's report and items going to the board, Mr. Clement could probably give us some background on the direction he received during the work program to provide some context if we wanted to set a hearing. So Chair, I'd leave it to you if you wanted to ask Mr. Clement to provide some background on that.
Okay, let's have Commissioner Cooney, and then we'll go to Mr. Clement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to suggest that the board is well aware, having been through several appeals from Planning Commission decisions, of our position on such things as expanding the projects that are subject to conditional use permit review rather than land use permit review. I'm reluctant to step in and suggest to the board they have missed something that they should take into account. Certainly, our staff is aware of those issues. So until and unless they come back to us with specific review requested, I think it's in their hands. So I would not support setting a special hearing of the Planning Commission to make suggestions to the board.
Thank you, Commissioner Cooney. Mr. Clement.
Good morning, Chair Farini. Actually, I don't have anything particularly to say unless anybody has any questions for me just with regard to the assignment we received. And as Mr. Wilson explained, it was a two-part assignment. And I want to explain there's actually two presentations I'm going to be making. First, on September 14th, as Mr. Wilson described, the board gave us, the Long Range Planning Division, a additional Planner 3 expansion position, specifically for the purpose of processing ordinance amendments. When the board discussed that and added that position, though, the board realized that the current list of ordinance amendments requests that we have received is well in excess of what that one additional planner could achieve within the next fiscal year. So what the board said is, okay, and then the board also, as part of that hearing and then the subsequent hearing, also made some statements about what they would like to see us prioritize. So as Mr. Wilson indicated, some of those amendments consist of cannabis ordinance amendments, particularly with regard to the Santa Rita Hills AVA area. And then a number of other, what I'll call kind of one-off requests that are not related to cannabis. And then, so what the board wants us to do on September 14th is come back, present those options to them, and then tell us how they would like us to use that new Planner 3 if or when we bring her or him on board on our team. So so that was the first part. And then in November, November 9th, actually, we are going to be returning to the board to talk about a bigger expansion of the Long Range Planning Division work program. And that will involve a cost estimate and some options for scope of work for adding an entirely new section to the Long Range Planning Division. That would be adding a new supervising planner, using that Planner 3 and then adding 2 Planner 1-2s to do things such as consolidating the comprehensive plan, and then also addressing some other bigger projects that involve things like amending the general plan and more resources than we currently have available. So that's going to occur. And it's really a budgetary work program consideration because ultimately we can only do what we are staffed and budgeted and authorized to do so. So really the purpose of these hearings is for the board then to tell us to go back, then work with your commission and the Montecito Planning Commission if needed on whatever they believe should be the first priority amendments we should be processing. So if you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Clement. I don't see any questions. Okay, so are we done with the director's report then? Mr. Wilson, yes? Okay. All right, we're ready to proceed then to the standard agenda. And Mr. Villalobos, could you read item 1 into the record, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of the County Santa Barbara Planning and Development Department regarding ordinance amendments to the Land Use and Development Code and Article 2 Coastal Zoning Ordinance. The proposed ordinance amendments will extend the expiration of temporary allowances to suspend compliance with certain requirements of approved permits, legal nonconforming uses, and a hardship time extension to accommodate physical distancing due to the COVID-19 virus and/or support economic recovery from the impacts of COVID-19.
Okay, I think there's no declarations or site visits on this, so we can go right to the staff presentation.
Good morning, Chair and members of the Commission. I'll be presenting today, and then I have to support me, make sure I do it correctly. Supervising Planner Tess Harris is available to support that, and then Dan Clement, and Deputy Director of Long Range Planning, is available, and Jen Richardson from County Council is also available. And then just as a quick shout out, we've had a recent graduate from UCSB interning with our office this summer, Lily Mattis, and she's observing and online with us today. So she'll be taking notes on my performance and how well we do. So I just wanted to let the Commission know that we're outreaching to our community to generate interest in the planning process. So without further ado, I'll start the presentation. Today, we're wanting to bring this to the Commission to further amend the ordinance amendments that the Commission heard last year in regards to those temporary provisions related to COVID-19 and safety protocol. So the item today for you to consider today is we're bringing it to you to amend the date. So just a little bit of a background on that is last June 16th, the board adopted those regulations for that temporarily suspended some certain requirements related to approved permits, legal non-conforming uses, and providing a path for hardship time extensions on planning permits. And that was back in June. We'd set it to expire in December 16th of 2020. We went back through to the commissions later in 2020 and then back to the board on November to change that date from December 16th to when the Board of Supervisors declared the local emergency from COVID-19 terminated, or if there's other changes through an ordinance amendment. And then in January of this year, the California Department of Public Health ended the regional stay-at-home order and then the limited stay-at-home order. And then on June 15th, as we're aware, the governor terminated the executive order that put in place the stay-at-home orders and the blueprint for safer economy. So looking at these changes in June, we began to look at in the future what benefits that these temporary provisions had played and how we can continue to support economic recovery. So we took those items into consideration and decided that we wanted to provide greater flexibility for one. We don't know what's going to happen with the Delta variant with the COVID-19. We see things are changing daily with that. However, we were focusing on allowing greater flexibility with these temporary provisions to allow for economic recovery to occur. And so we are proposing to the Commission to consider changing that expiration date to June 30th of 2023, or whenever these is terminated earlier by ordinance. And part of that is to support economic recovery and also to keep in place those provisions that allowed businesses to operate during any type of restrictions and provide for safety and welfare of the community. In addition, some of these amendments include removing the restrictions on expansions of existing uses. And an example of that is during COVID, if restaurants weren't able to be open, they were operating either outside the parking lot or maybe on their street frontage or sidewalks. So this would allow, by removing this, it would allow them to operate indoors and outdoors at the same time during a brief period while these temporary provisions were in place to help facilitate economic recovery. We did clarify a provision so that none of these changes would authorize permit structures to be proposed or constructed or erected for that. As this is an example of just some of the changes that we've proposed to the Commission to consider is changing when the Board of Supervisors declares the local emergency to be terminated, to change that to June 30th of 2023, or unless terminated early by ordinance. And so this is the strike through underlying version of what I mentioned earlier in regards to striking out that restriction, so that about an expansion, this would allow them to operate indoors and outdoors for a brief period of time, or for this period of time for economic recovery. And then we're actually proposing the same changes in Article 2, just a little bit of clarification. During 2020, when the original ordinances went through, we worked with the executive director of the Coastal Commission. He provided a waiver to make these changes be in effect for Article 2. However, we're still having ongoing conversations with the Coastal Commission, so we're adding this language in the ordinance that if we don't get a waiver, then we'd follow the same process typically when we amend the coastal zoning ordinance, which would be go through the Coastal Commission process for a local coastal plan amendment. And then if that gets approved through the Coastal Commission process, that date would also be set to June 30th, 2023. And then these are, again, same changes that we're going to make in Article 2 as far as those restrictions. And then one thing of note that I would like to highlight is this was a two-part day for me. We met earlier with the Montecito Planning Commission at 9 o'clock. The Montecito Planning Commission heard and reviewed this material, and they provided a recommendation to the board in regards to supporting staff's changes to the Montecito Land Use and Development Code. And then right before this meeting, we had forwarded the resolutions from the Montecito Planning Commission to the County Planning Commission in regards to they're recommending the County Planning Commission recommend to the board to make those same changes in Article 2. So you have those resolution for the Montecito Planning Commission in regards to Article 2 for your consideration as well. Staff is continuing to find that these changes, as indicated last year, are still exempt from CEQA review, both the Land Use Development Code and Article 2. And then also they remain consistent with the comprehensive plan and applicable ordinances. And then, I don't know, Tessa's doing an excellent job reading my mind because she's flipping through slides without a prompt. So appreciate that. And then moving to the recommended actions, just a point of clarification. Last week, Thursday or Friday, I believe we had sent a memo with updated motions and recommended actions. And part of that was, as we're looking at current changes that are happening in the world, looking at economic recovery, and what would be a reasonable time frame to look maybe at the ordinances holistically, and if we wanted to make any changes on a permanent basis, what would that time frame be? And so we decided to set the date out at June 30th, 2023. That would be able to give us enough time to help support economic recovery, as well as for us as a department to look holistically at the ordinances to see if we wanted to make any internal changes to those ordinances outside of these temporary provisions to allow for economic recovery or any benefits that we've seen from these temporary provisions. So that's why the date's set out for so long and it also coincides with the end of a fiscal year. So it kind of magically aligns with all those different factors. So that's the reasoning. So the direction to the commission today is, and in making that motion, is to look at the memo and use the memo's motions, which would be then direct staff to make those changes in the resolution and the ordinances and every supporting document to June 30th, 2023. So that concludes the presentation. I'm available for questions as well as the staff that's here to support.
All right, thank you. So first up, Commissioner Blau. Dan, you're muted. Commissioner Blau, you're muted.
Not used to the damn new icons. So you have the June 2023 date, or the ordinance expires, but it doesn't really tell me, is it the earlier of or the later of? So I'm curious about that. And I'm also curious, I understand why you picked June 23rd because it's end of some fiscal period, but having been in several restaurants over the past past year or so, being outside under tents and so forth, I'm wondering if we could not extend that date to later in the summer. I mean, you've got a lot of restaurateurs now that are spending a whole lot of money putting up tents or umbrellas or whatever. Why not let them use that while the weather is still appropriate to sit outside? I'd be much happier if it expired in August or September to allow them the benefit of taking advantage of the costs that they expend to do the outdoor dining. But the first question is it June 23rd what happens if the ordinance expires in January of 2023? Does that mean that they're shut off in January, or can they count on the later date of June 2023?
Commissioner Blau, through the chair, if you'd like me to respond to that. So just as a point of clarification, the date of June 30th, 2023 it would be the date that is set to expire. If the Board of Supervisors wanted to terminate this provisions earlier, it would require another ordinance amendment. So it won't expire until June 30th of 2023, unless there's another ordinance amendment to move that date closer. So that's the furthest out that the ordinance would go.
Okay, so it's the later of, unless they change the ordinance again, is what you're saying.
Commissioner Blau, through the chair, yeah, it might be semantics. So it would be June 30th or earlier if the board chose to go earlier. So it'd be the earlier of or later of, however you want to talk about it.
Okay, so that means that, well, just to forewarn you, I'm gonna propose a different date. Just because I don't think I want to have them terminate their outdoor seating and all the provisions they made in what I would consider in the middle of the prime outdoor seating area. Just see if that goes anywhere.
So yeah, Commissioner Blau, through the chair, I'll let the rest of the commissioners weigh in on that. I do have a response to that. I'd recommend leaving the date the same. And if the commission wanted to just add a motion for the board to consider a later date, that would be fine. I'd recommend leaving the motion the way it is, and we'll just change the date to June 30th. And if the commission wanted to make a motion saying, hey, we also want you to consider a later date, maybe not use the word hey. If the board would like to use a later date, then consider a later date. And I could add that to the action letter. So it could be before the commission then.
That would work for me. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Park.
I didn't raise my hand about that, but I'll chime in anyway because it's brought up, and I think what Commissioner Blau has suggested is reasonable, and I think that Secretary Wilson's suggestion on how to do that is very reasonable as well. So it does make sense to me to get folks through the summer anyway. But the questions I want to ask are about food service at wineries, and all the comment and questions that I ever receive on these ordinances, these emergency ordinances, relate to food service at wineries. And so I have a series of questions on that, Secretary Wilson. These ordinances, they do deal with that subject, right? That there's a temporary allowance, in fact, a mandate that there be food service at wineries. Am I correct?
Commissioner Park, to the chair. And so I'm gonna take a step back. So when we looked at that date for June 30th, 2023, part of my comments was taking a holistic look at the ordinance. And if we wanted to make permanent changes in the ordinance, that time period of June 30th, 2023 is to allow for these provisions to stay in place, like Commissioner Park, you indicated, wineries and food service or wineries to be in place while the department is examining, exploring avenues for permanent ordinance amendments. For example, like the Ag Enterprise Ordinance that may be able to be amended to allow greater flexibility and uses at the wineries as far as food service goes. So that's one of the reasons why we set it out as long as we could, is to provide an ability to make changes permanently in the ordinance and allow these temporary provisions to be in place during that time period, so that those ordinance amendments could be done and implemented and adopted while these temporary provisions are in place. So that was the thinking behind that date and pushing it out as far as we could, as well as aligning up with the fiscal years.
So our these temporary provisions do deal with food service at wineries, and I'm correct about that, right?
Commissioner Park, through the chair, that is my understanding. That's correct.
Are we receiving any complaints from neighbors or environmental groups about the food service at wineries that's been occurring for the last year or more?
Commissioner Park, through the chair, I have not been aware of any complaints we received in this regard.
I'm not aware either. Are we receiving any complaints from established restaurants in the small towns in the San Ynez Valley about food service at wineries? I mean, people are saying it's competition for us that we don't appreciate, anything like that?
Commissioner Park, through the chair, that's a good question, and I'm not aware of any of those type of complaints either.
Yeah, well, one of the advantages or disadvantages of living in a small town is it's like you're available 24/7 for input. When I go to the grocery store, the drugstore, buy gasoline, and I never receive any complaints. And all I hear is actually that people really like it. They like going to the wineries and enjoying a little bit of food. They all think that it's safer for us up here because people have a little bit of food in their tummies and metabolize the wine a little better, and they stay longer. And then the wineries like it because so many of these wineries, unless they're just really huge, the way they're selling their wine is through wine clubs and wine tastings and so forth. And so they all like that. So I'm not hearing complaints. It doesn't sound like anybody else is hearing complaints. But at least we'd be extending this experiment another, well, it sounds like 2 years to see how well it works. Is that right?
Commissioner Park, through the chair, that's correct. We've put enough time frame in there to allow these provisions to continue. And, it's kind of like a pilot test a little bit so that we can see how they're doing and then allow us to look at a long range, like a planning level, say, hey, what are the benefits that we've received from these temporary provisions? And do we want to incorporate them as a permanent aspect of the ordinances?
Well,
It's a long way to answer your question, but yes.
No, it's perfect. I think something that we are not agendized to discuss today, and we won't discuss it, is that, as you mentioned, the Ag Enterprise Ordinance will make this more permanent, whatever it is. The current draft sort of curtails food at wineries compared to what's happening now. And I think we want to make sure that we see how well things are going, because that Ag Enterprise Ordinance will be going out for environmental review probably within the next 6 months. And let's just make sure that we coordinate all this as well as possible. So thank you for your input.
Commissioner Bribely.
I just wanted to add, I really appreciate Commissioner Park asking that question because it highlights the difference in the county, and I have really enjoyed learning about that. When I go to the North County, my blood pressure drops. As soon as I'm over to the San Ynez, I mean, it literally drops. I've actually tested it, it's true. And also, the whole feeling and the ambiance is different. Down here in Goleta, city of Santa Barbara, unincorporated parts of the city, if you put a parklet on where you only have 5 on-street stalls and you have hardly any parking in the back of your building, there is some agitation about it. And I've heard that down here in the urban area, right? But there's such a recognition that the restaurants are doing the best they can, and if this is a way to keep them open and support them, everybody will go along with it, and they'll park somewhere else and walk over. So it'll be really interesting. I totally support all the changes and the extension to whatever date we finally decide on. I think it's logical. I'm thrilled that it's going to be kind of like a pilot program. So if staff wants to develop permanent things, they can do that during that 2-year time when we're testing it out. But it just really highlights, wow, if Commissioner Park was, back living near the polo fields and he was having to have lunch at the Habit in Summerlin, he might hear a different story from his neighborhood that's, pinning him to the walls. So, and that's just a different urbanization of the county. And, it's, but overall, I think everybody supports it. And just in closing, I went to Paso Robles a couple of weeks ago and had some incredible experiences at wineries that served food, and it really enhanced the whole experience. In fact, we joined a wine club, and I did the same thing in San Ynez a couple of weeks ago. So as long as I really, again, appreciate Commissioner Park asking the question, because you don't want to borrow from Peter to pay Paul in terms of where food service is being done. So I think if it's working out for everybody, it's excellent.
Great. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Cooney.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm seeing this task before us as fairly limited. What we're being asked to do is to avoid the expiration currently in the ordinance by extending it out a sufficient distance to allow the public and the hearing process to begin to pick which changes were allowed that we should extend permanently, if any, and which ones we should have stopped sooner. And that's really a political decision the board will have to reach. But I don't think it's for the Planning Commission to decide, for example, that there are too many parklets in Summerlin, there aren't enough in Goleta, in San Ynez. In any event, we want to allow wineries to serve food. Those are substantial issues that will be discussed in the political framework before June 30th. And so, we could say June 30th, we could say 2023, or we could say something longer. But it's really only for us to address this stopgap of the extension of the existing ordinance provisions. So it's pretty narrow.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Cooney. Well, I think we're done with staff presentation and comments. Mr. Villalobos, is there any public testimony?
Mr. Chair, we did have one person who signed up for public comment on this item. And that is Matthew. I apologize for pronunciation of your last name, Bezard. But if there's
close enough.
Sorry about that. If there's anyone else who wants to speak on this item that signed up to speak on item number 2, just raise your hand and I'll call you afterward.
Thanks, David. Appreciate y'all giving me the opportunity to speak today. As you mentioned, my name is Matthew Bizard Gleason of Gleason Family Vineyards. I represent our family-run company here in San Ynez with 3 tasting rooms, Roblar Winery, Refugio Ranch Vineyards, and Royal Oaks Winery. We own 2 vineyards, a farm, and our winery is actually here in San Ynez, so all located in the valley. I'm also speaking as a nod for the Santa Barbara Vintners. We just had our annual meeting yesterday. So we're second generation vintners here, family owned and run, and certainly had our hardest year last year on record due to COVID. We're fortunate to have received federal assistance in the form of payroll protection program, but really what helped us most significantly were these emergency measures. It allowed us to open back up, keep our staff safely employed. Visitors were welcomed back safely, and therefore we were able to continue farming and make wine. Some folks, in fact, didn't farm at all, which was very sad to see because of COVID. So we were fortunate in this regard. And without such a measure, we wouldn't be able to bring back, we've got 60 people on staff now, and we've refocused our sites in the future for our family and our company. So, but the reality is that we're just not out of the woods yet. We're still making up for lost revenue from 2020, and the Delta variant keeps me up at night these days. We just got the mandate that we're going to have to start wearing masks again, which I think is a great thing, but I would be lying if it didn't make me think about what's going to happen this fall and in the winter for 60 folks who rely on our company to keep their families going. And this measure, I think, is just essential to keep it open as long as possible. I'm really happy to hear the sentiment is let's pilot this program for as long as possible and maybe make some of these things permanent. But as it relates to just keeping it going for 2 years, I'm fully in support of that. The vintners are very much in support of that, representing 200 wineries here in all of Santa Barbara County, not just San Ynez Valley. That's all I've got to say. Thank you for listening, and we'll catch you next time. Cheers.
Okay, thank you.
Miss O'Neill, I thought I saw you raise your hand briefly.
Thank you so much, David. I really appreciate what you do on your end. In terms of asking me, I was trying to think fast enough. How do I let David know I'd really like to comment on this? Chair Farini and commissioners, I am extremely enthusiastic about the conversation I'm hearing regarding this enterprise. And I agree with Commissioner Blau. Dan, the only thing I would change is our rains really don't start until late October if we're lucky. These days or these last years, it seems like they don't start until late December. So I would like to see this a date pushed out in 2023 as far as you can make it in regard to the seasonal changes. And hopefully, what I'd really like to see is this becoming a permanent fixture in our county. Commissioner Bridley, I appreciate your comments about the wineries. And as you know, with COVID shutting everything down, I've been doing my very best to support the winery that I'm a member of, and that's Cambria Winery, and here in our little area. I love them. And so buying boxes of wine helps our wineries as well while they're under the gun. So I really appreciate that. Anyways, thank you for listening, David. Again, thank you for asking me. I'm glad I was able to see a little hand on my screen and raise it. I'm kind of still struggling with all this technology, but I am excited. I used to go to, oh gosh, I can't remember the name of the winery down in Los Olivos that was bought out by another company. Anyway, we used to go to Los Olivos, pick up lunch and take it to, can't remember the name of it, and enjoy the ambiance of the winery while we were drinking wine. And that is a really good combination. All righty. Thanks for listening.
Mr. Chair, Ms. O'Neill was our last speaker on this item.
Okay, great. Okay, staff, are we done? Mr. Wilson?
Chair and Commissioners, I believe we are done. I would direct the Commission's attention to the memo dated July 30th, 2021, in regards to if the Commission wanted for recommended motions for the Commission to make. And then if the Commission wanted, not the commotion, if the Commission would like to have another motion in regards to another date, then we could do that afterwards. But my recommendation is to follow the recommended motions on that memo dated July 30th.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. I'm going to go ahead and close the public portion of the meeting then, and then we'll go back to our commissioners. Commissioner Park?
Well, I wanted to tell Secretary Wilson, I really like the word commotion as a description of what we do. So I'm going to start using that, probably accidentally. I won't be able to get it out of my head. It'd be like one of those jingles on TV, but there you are. But I think that Commissioner Cooney stated it very well, that the task for us today is really very simple. And it just, we're voting on extending a date. But I think it's good we had this hearing, because I wanted to know before we extended that date, are we hearing any complaints about what's going on now? And we're not. Actually, we're hearing the opposite. People like it. So I would like to move to adopt the staff recommendations on the, did I hear it? Was it the July 30th memo, whatever the date was that you just referred to, Secretary Wilson? And that would be my motion.
Okay.
I would like to second it. However, I want to have discussion about extending the date to the end of October. So I'm not going to fight to make a difference in the motion, but as explained before, I just have a real problem. I mean, I understand what different restaurants and other entrepreneurs go through to put up tents and put up. I'd like to see them go through the summer months to be able to use those. So I will second your motion, but ask that you consider modifying it to, or as as our secretary proposed, suggesting a different date to the board. I'm not sure how we do that, but I'll let you decide.
Okay, Commissioner Blau, what Secretary Wilson suggested is we go through this motion on passing the recommendation for the ordinance extension to the board. And then in a second and separate motion, we can come back after this first vote and discuss the extension that you're discussing. So it'll be two separate motions. Commissioner Cooney?
I would like to second Commissioner Park's motion as presented.
Okay, so we have a first and a second. Let's vote on the motion, please.
Commissioner Cooney.
Aye.
Commissioner Cooney.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Bradley.
Aye.
Commissioner Park.
Aye.
Commissioner Blau.
Aye.
Chair Farini.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
In that case, I'll make the motion to inform the board that we'd like that date extended to October 31st.
Commissioner Park?
And I will second that motion.
Very well. Can we have a vote? Mr. Villalobos?
Commissioner Cooney.
Aye.
Commissioner Bradley.
Aye.
Commissioner Park.
Aye.
Commissioner Blau.
Aye.
Chair Farini.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Villalobos. Well, guys, it's 10 after 12. Do we want to take a short break while we switch over, or do we have those that need a full break for lunch? Commissioner Bradley?
Well, I guess I was just asking that it's noon. It's kind of a lunch hour. I don't know if staff needed a full hour or half hour. I know there's constraints, or I don't know. I'm flexible. I'd say less time and let's move through it, but I'm in my home office. It's easy.
Okay. Mr. Wilson?
Yeah, Chair and Commissioners, I'd like to throw something out for consideration. Is if we just take a quick 5-minute break, get staff set up, and then go for another hour till 1 o'clock and see how far we can get through the new era presentation, and then reconvene and see if we want to take a lunch break at 1. That way it gives us kind of a couple hours to get through some business, and then we can take a lunch break at 1 if needed. But I know there's some constraints there, so I just want to be cognizant of the commission.
Okay, appreciate that, Mr. Wilson. Thank you. Commissioner Park?
I prepared, knowing we were starting at 11. I prepared not to need a lunch hour break, but I'm just curious, Secretary Wilson. I know you guys have been going since 9 o'clock with Montecito Planning Commission, and then with us. Has staff had any meaningful break since 9 o'clock?
Meaningful has a very broad connotation, but I think staff would be okay if we could go another hour. Speaking of myself, being that Dave and I have been here since 9, and then I think we could go to 1, and then if we could maybe take a break at 1 if needed. If we're gonna get done by 1:30, I can go to 1:30, but after that, I think we would need to take a meaningful lunch break, if that's okay with the commission.
5-minute break now.
5-minute break now. Yes. Okay, so we'll see you guys in 5.
Thank
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. Could you read item 2 into the record, please?
Yes, thank you. The following is a hearing on the request of Tutran applicant to consider case number 19 CUP 37, request for approval of a conditional use permit.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Ms. Vosberg. Will you be doing today's presentation?
I will, and I think Mr. Seawards is going to be directing the slides.
We are ready. Thank you, Ms. Fosberg.
Mr. Chair,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Ms. Walsberg.
You're right.
So, just so we don't forget, like, because I know, Mr. Chair, were you going to ask for any ex parte declarations?
I am now. Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. Planning Commissioner's site visits and ex parte. Commissioner Park.
I have had some ex parte communications. I've had at least one phone conversation with Stephen Peterson, agent for the applicant, and Mr. Tutran, who is the applicant. And then also I've had telephone conversation with Ron Johnson, a neighbor, and I can't remember any others.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Bradley.
I had a phone conversation with Stephen Peterson, agent for the applicant, yesterday, and that's it.
Okay, and I believe I've spoken with the Petersons, or with both the appellant and the applicant. Okay. All right, Ms. Vosberg, you're on.
Good afternoon, Chair Fernie and members of the commission. I'll just be sharing a short presentation today on staff's memorandum covering the updates to the proposed New Era LLC cannabis cultivation project, which is case number 19 CUP 37. Next slide. So this project was last discussed at the May 26th Planning Commission hearing, and at that time, the project was continued to today's hearing, August 4th, in order to allow the applicant to consider elimination or reduction of the proposed troop structures, to consider an increased setback for cultivation area 4, to consider preservation of existing citrus trees bordering the proposed cannabis cultivation areas, to provide information on the existing condition of the private portion of Sabata Canyon Road, and to provide a revised odor abatement plan that aligns with the project description and strengthens the adaptive management component. Next slide. So in response to the concerns that were raised by the commission at the last May 26th hearing, the applicant provided a revised site plan, a revised or a remaining citrus and avocado orchard exhibit, and a road width and condition exhibit, which were all provided as attachments to staff's memorandum. And in those attachments, you'll find the revised site plan incorporated an increased setback of 680 feet from cultivation area 4 to the neighboring residents to the north, which resulted in a reduction of the total outdoor cultivation area from 10.16 acres to 9.66 acres. Additionally, the revised site plan included elimination of all proposed tube structures in cultivation area 4. And then the remaining citrus and avocado orchard exhibit provides proposed preservation of the existing on-site citrus and avocado trees that are surrounding the proposed cannabis cultivation areas. And the road width and condition exhibit identifies the stretch of the private portion of Sabata Canyon Road as a Class 2 base road with an average width of 20 feet, 14 feet at its narrowest point, and 21 feet at its widest point. Next slide. And then lastly, the applicant provided a revised odor abatement plan that includes an updated description of the proposed operations, which is consistent with the 1 harvest per year as outlined in the project description. And the revised odor abatement plan also includes the addition of a community outreach component and an adaptive management component with prescribed weather monitoring and a tiered analysis and corrective action protocol for responding to odor complaints. Next slide. So as described in the July 28th staff memorandum, based on the updates to the proposed project, staff revised the CEQA checklist and the conditions of approval to incorporate changes to the project description, including the reduction in cultivation area, the reduction in hoop structures, and the preservation of existing citrus trees. And staff also revised the conditions of approval and the findings to cite the updated odor abatement plan and the updated site plan set. And as noted in the revised findings, staff reviewed all updates to the proposed project and found that the project continues to comply with all policies and regulations of the Land Use and Development Code and the comprehensive plan. Next slide. So with that, staff recommends the commission make the required findings for approval as specified in the revised findings, determine that the PEIR is adequate and no additional environmental review is required, and grant approval of the proposed project subject to the revised conditions of approval. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Planning commissioners, questions of staff? Commissioner Park?
This isn't a question, it's a comment. I'm sure you helped prepare this, or maybe prepare the slide presentation on your own. I really appreciate the slide that listed the 5 or 6 things that we talked about at the last hearing. That's very useful for me, and I appreciate that. Did a good job there. Thank you.
Commissioner Bradley?
Great presentation, great staff report. I'm really pleased with it. I am muted.
No, you're on.
These pink hands are confusing me. Sorry. Anyway, I had one really specific question. They did a revision to the odor abatement plan as the Planning Commission requested. And I'm just wondering why some of the specificity in that, like neighborhood outreach, wasn't more detailed in the finding 2.1.5, because that finding is really important for us in terms of neighborhood compatibility. And I'm sure it's somewhere between you and County Council in terms of how much specific stuff you put in these findings, but I'm just, it's just a general question, and maybe it's you or Travis or Secretary Wilson can say you want to keep it general, or if something ends up in litigation, though, it seems to me some of these nuggets that we got from the applicant would have a place in the findings. So I'm just asking for your feedback on that.
Sure. Commissioner Bradley through the chair. I don't think it was a discussion. I think we kept it general just to reference the odor abatement plan that is sort of incorporated as an attachment. But it's a welcome note, and we can certainly make that improvement in the future.
Commissioner Bradley, this is Secretary Wilson. I think in addition, the findings are an overall summary. If you look at the findings, we also add language incorporated by reference that pulls in all that information. So that incorporation by reference pulls in all those nuggets that you're talking about as well.
For the staff memorandum. Okay. All right. Well, that covers it. As long as it's the best legal thing, because it seems like these end up there. So, all right.
Okay. Does the applicant have a presentation?
Yes, we do.
Mr. Chair, we'll bring that
Morning,
up just
Mr.
now.
Peterson. Go ahead.
Good morning, Chair Farini and members of the commission. My name is Stephen Peterson with Flowers and Associates, and we represent the applicant on this project, Tran, who's also here with me today. And today it's going to be my pleasure to speak to you again about the New Era Cannabis Cultivation Project, continued from the May 26th meeting. I did want to thank the P&D staff for their continued work with us on this project, particularly Aaliyah Vosberg and Joe Dargle for working with us on the revisions to the OAP, which did require a lot of back and forth, and they were very helpful. Next slide, please. Today, we have myself and also the applicant, Tu Tran, who's sitting here to my right. Also available is Galleria Macon, the principal planner here at Flowers and Associates. And we also have Nathan Eady, the odor specialist who prepared the OAP, is on Zoom and available to answer any specific questions about the OAP. So at this time, I would like to hand it over to Mr. Tu Tran to say a few words.
Hi, good morning, Chair Fernie and members of the Commission. I am Tu Tran, the applicant for the New Era Cannabis Project, and I would like to thank you for your thoughtful review of our project for the last hearing. We have taken into consideration the feedback and suggestion that was made at the prior meeting, and we have modified our plans to address them. I understand the concerns of the neighbors, as cannabis is still a controversial subject that has a stigma that surrounds it, and I want to do whatever I can to ease the neighbors' concern as much as possible. We have continually tried to revise our plans to address the community concerns. As suggested by the Planning Commission, we understood the importance of keeping the remaining orchard. Thus, we will be preserving all of the main citrus and avocado trees on site. And as for the odor abatement plan, we have revised the plans to model it after the two already approved projects that were said to represent the golden plan standard of odor abatement plans. We have also taken into consideration the neighbors of the north on the north of the parcel. So we redesigned the area number 4 to provide a extended setback of a cultivation area, and we will agree to remove the hoop houses from that area. We have put a lot of thought into the concerns and have accommodated them as much as feasible for our operation. I hope you recognize that these concessions reflect our willingness to work with the community, to be good neighbors, to be actively responsive to concerns, and we want to fit in and be compatible as much as possible. As I said last time, if this project moves forward, I intend to move my family, my wife and 2 young children from San Jose to the Lompoc area, and I'll be there day to day to manage the operation. We will strictly enforce and implement procedures for the neighbors in mind. I will be open and available to all neighbors, and I'm willing to work with the neighbors to address any additional concerns that may arise. I'd like to thank again the county staff for working with us for over the past 2 years, and I would ask the commission to give us an opportunity to prove that we can be the model cannabis business and a good neighbor. Thank you.
Thank you too. I will continue with the presentation now. Before I get into talking about specifically how we have addressed the request of the commission at the last hearing, there were a couple things I wanted to mention. First, here at the Planning Commission, we're here to address the land use aspects of this project. It's not really about an examination of Tu's character. There is a mechanism for that is provided in the process that the county has set up for these cannabis projects, and it's the business license process, which includes, a live scan and background checks of the people that are involved on their side. It involves a sheriff's department review of the security plan. And what we're hoping that the hearing today can mostly be focused on is the project and the land use components of it. And what we're looking at here is a CUP. So obviously the findings that need to be made for a CUP are important to consider. And I think probably the key finding is the neighborhood compatibility finding. And just, to remind us of the neighborhood that we're talking about, it's an Ag 2 100 zoned parcel, surrounded by other such sized large agricultural parcels. It's not in an EDRN nor adjacent to an EDRN. This is an agricultural area. And what we're talking about here is a crop change on an agricultural parcel that has traditionally had a 23-acre citrus and avocado farm and all of the associated activities that go along with that, and switching over from a 23-acre avocado farm to a 9.6-acre cannabis farm. That said, I know that Two's character or background is, an issue that has been raised here, so I would like to address that just briefly. We've talked before about how he was born and raised in San Jose. He found success in the tech industry in Silicon Valley, was lucky to do very well there, and took that money and put it into a new and exploding industry, the cannabis industry. But he doesn't have a long background in it, and he doesn't have any background in cannabis from the days when it was illegal. He's not somebody who came out of the illegal side of it and is trying to transition into the legal side. He's only been a part of this since this was a fully legal situation. Several neighbors have raised concerns regarding Ron Lee, which we've found curious, but he is a consultant for Two, who is a cannabis cultivation consultant. Ron works as the head of operations in San Jose at a cannabis operation called the Natural Herbal Pain Relief Center. It's a retail, distribution, and cultivation facility in San Jose. And in addition to doing that, Ron works as a cultivation consultant around the state for people that are setting up cannabis operations. So he has been present on the site in Sabata Canyon a lot, looking at it and figuring out how to set up this operation, but he's not the applicant. He's not empowered to make any decisions or offers or promises to neighbors. I just wanted to clear that up because his name had been mentioned. And finally, always keeping in mind that this project is not the Herbal Angels project that was nearby and is really quite different. For example, the Herbal Angels project was an existing legal non-conforming grow, which then maybe expanded beyond what was allowed, and there was a sheriff's raid and an eradication there. Whereas New Era has no existing cannabis growing going on whatsoever. They're waiting to see if they can get a permit to do this project. So that's not happening there. In addition, Herbal Angels was 20 acres of cultivation involving multiple greenhouses. We're 9.6 acres of cultivation. Herbal Angels had on-site processing and all of the odor and activity that goes along with the processing facility. We have no processing on site. Herbal Angels proposed 40,000 square feet of processing buildings, including a 35-foot tall building, including ag employee dwelling units. We are proposing no new structures whatsoever with this project, and actually planning to demolish 4 on-site structures. So it's a completely different project than Herbal Angels. Moving on to the next slide, please. At the last hearing, the Planning Commission gave us direction on 5 points, and we addressed each of them. The first was to take a look at the condition of Sabata Canyon Road, and we did send our engineers out there, and they took a survey of the condition of the road and the width of the road, and they found it to be a compacted gravel road in very good condition. They didn't see any major rutting or erosion or things that were in need of repair. It's 15 feet wide on average. 14 feet at the narrowest, 21 feet at the widest. We provided this exhibit to the commission to help you understand the condition of the road. And the applicant remains willing to participate in any kind of communal project among the neighbors that live on that private section of the road to improve the road or make it better. They would be happy to be involved in that and contribute towards it and participate if that's what folks want to do. Going on to the next slide, please. The commission indicated to us how important it would be to preserve the existing orchard trees on the site. So we took a close look and prepared this exhibit and found that there are 395 existing citrus and avocado trees on the site, and they're shown on this picture with the green dots. And we have written into the project description that all of these trees will be maintained permanently as part of this project for the buffer that they provide. Next slide. The commission, at the commission's request, we also did reach out to the neighbors and ask to meet with them and ask to hear the specific concerns about the project that they would like to work on. And we were rebuffed in that offer. But despite them declining to meet with us, we did go ahead and do some revisions to the plans to try to make this project better for them. So in regards to Area 4, which is the closest to the Johnson's neighbors, we increased the amount of setback by 50 more feet. So that took it from 630 feet away from their house to the cultivation area to 680 feet away. And doing so lost us half an acre of cultivation area. So that took us from 10.1 to 9.6. In addition, we agreed to completely take the hoops off of Area 4 so that the Johnsons don't have to look down on green plastic hoop houses and can just see greenery below them. Also, I would mention that we are willing to, because this is a one crop a year operation, the hoop houses on the rest of the operation are only necessary from April to October. So we will remove the hoops, the plastic off of the hoops from November to April, those 6 months, if that would help the neighbors and improve their views to have no hoops on the site from November to April. Moving on to the next slide. Also, the Planning Commission asked us to enhance the odor abatement plan and to use the CVW and Central Coast Ag projects as our model. Nathan Eady and SCS engineers, in collaboration with the Planning and Development Department, did that revision, and they especially focused on enhancing the adaptive management component of the OAP, which provides a tiered assessment and response protocol and additional weather monitoring and an outreach program for neighbor contacts. And Nathan Eady is available, as I mentioned, to speak in further detail about the OAP if necessary. Next slide, please. And this is the last slide. Just to summarize, we believe that we have designed here a thoughtfully designed, small scale, low impact, and neighborhood compatible cannabis operation. That has been our goal, and we've continued to improve it throughout the process. Next bullet point, please. First of all, I'd like to remind you that this project has no on-site processing whatsoever. Everything will be removed on the same day it's harvested and removed by Sprinter van and taken off site for processing. Next bullet point, please. We only have one harvest per year. That's a major concession and a major reduction in the impact of this project. Typically, these outdoor grows that are coming before you are applying for 3 harvests a year, 3 cycles of odor, 3 cycles of activity removing the product. Next bullet point, please. We are aware that there is neighborhood concern regarding traffic on Sabata Canyon Road, so we have provided a very robust site transportation demand management plan. It involves a very small permanent staff on the site, which is only 5 permanent employees, and we have them working only 4 days a week, so that there's only 3 or 4 staff on the site every day. We're also using Sprinter vans for transporting the product, and we're transporting all temporary harvest employees via van pool, coming in 1 van. Next bullet point, please. Again, we are proposing no new buildings on the site and demolishing 4 buildings. Next bullet point, please. As mentioned last time, 73% of the site is going to be preserved with the Coast Live Oak habitat area, the Black Sage habitat area, the 50-foot setbacks from these areas that we've provided, the additional oak trees that we're protecting and having 6-foot setbacks from. You add all of that up, and with the previous project, it was 73% of the project site being preserved as is today. It's now at 80% protected as is. So that goes a long way towards preserving neighborhood character. Next and final bullet point, ag water use would be reduced through this project from the historic citrus and avocado operation to the cannabis by 71%. And that does conclude my presentation. We appreciate your consideration of this project and would encourage you to approve it today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions of the commission? Comments? Commissioner Park.
I have a couple. And I thank you for your very thorough presentation. And Mr. Peterson, something struck me at the very end when you talked about the reduction in water usage. If you're going to preserve all of the citrus trees per request by some of the Planning Commission members, how do you reduce the water usage? Don't you have to water those too, and then also water the cannabis?
Chair Freeney and Commissioner Park, the citrus and avocado trees on the site that are existing now have not been in production for a long time. They've just been allowed to go wild and be there as Mr. Wolf has gotten older. So we're intent, and they're still alive and they're doing fine, but they're not being actively harvested as an agricultural project. So our intention is to leave them there and continue to allow them to do their thing, but not to irrigate them and maintain them as a real active orchard for sale. It would be something that Mr. Wolf and his family might enjoy or share with neighbors kind of thing, but not really for sale. So we weren't planning on irrigating them.
Okay. Now, my next question is for you or Mr. Tran, whoever feels most comfortable answering it. And it has to deal with the hoop houses. What is the benefit to the project, the practical benefit to the project of having the hoop houses? I mean, I understand hoop houses in general, because I speak a lot with Commissioner Freeney and other people on strawberries and other crops and when hoop houses go up and when they go down during the year and what they're for. I don't understand that with respect to cannabis, so I'd like you to get an answer on that. And then when will the hoop houses, and I'm not referring to the frames, but the actual plastic covering. When will they be up and when will they be down?
Okay, Commissioner Park and Chair Farini. I'm going to take a quick run at the hoop house thing, but if you want to jump on too, because you know this better than me, feel free to do so. Or also, Chair Farini probably knows more about it than anybody else. My understanding is that the hoop houses provide protection from the elements, the wind and the moisture, and in the case of cannabis, they can reduce mildew issues on the plants, and that they do help the cannabis, the quality of the cannabis. You can grow cannabis without them, but it tends to be of lower quality. So the reason that you're seeing most of these projects propose hoops is that they do provide a benefit and a value to the cultivation. Is that okay too?
Yeah. So during flowering, we don't want any moisture on it because moisture creates mold, and then the mold, it multiplies and it becomes a big problem. By having someone cover it, we kind of help it from getting the moisture in, basically.
Okay, cool.
And then finally, go ahead.
And then when you were asking Commissioner Park about taking the plastic off of the hoops and when that could be done. I believe that Tu had told me that the times when it's okay to have the hoops not there is when the cannabis is not being grown.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And we're doing one crop a year, and the crop is going in the spring, like April-ish.
Yeah, depends on how the year is. So it's most likely in late April or early May.
Okay,
Yeah.
Late April or early May. So we would like to have the hoops there from late April or early May until the end of the cultivation process, the harvest, which is happening in
around October.
So that kind of makes a November to April zone where the hoops could be down and not there. And that's about 6 months of the year. So maybe that would be helpful to the neighbors and their view and the glare.
Well, I think that is a significant point, and it's a good one you brought up. I'm just wondering, will that be part of your project description, that there won't be the hoop up from November through April, or is that just sort of a nice thing to say to us and hope that it gets you enough votes? How enforceable is that?
Commissioner Park, I think that we're totally willing to incorporate that into the project description, and would please ask the staff to make that change today. We're happy to have that be a required component of this project.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Peterson, and thank you, Mr. Tron.
I don't see any other questions. Mr. Peterson, are you still there?
Yes, I'm still here.
Yeah, I would caution you on setting that time frame too tight. You're dependent on the weather. Say you're in a cooler season or we're in a cooler cycle. It may take you a little longer to get through harvest. And I'd hate to see you guys be right at harvest and say that was postponed by 7 days or 10 days or labor. And traditionally in our area, October 31st is a rain day. And so I could see where you'd have your crop 3 days from harvest and you have some agreement that you hastily put in place. And that would be a waste of resources in my view. So perhaps you might want to work with staff on very carefully on how you come to that. You may tie it into after harvest, they would come down.
Okay, Chair Farini, thank you very much for that recommendation. I think as a very experienced agriculturalist yourself, that's a really good point. So yes, maybe staff could craft that part of the project description today to say after harvest, the hoops will be removed from the entirety of the site and reinstalled prior to planting.
Yeah, I think even we can consider putting on the hoop houses later, because in the very beginning it doesn't like affect us much. So we can do it like 1 month or 2 months after planting, so we can give them more time off.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm hearing that we don't really need the hoops the first month or two that the cannabis is growing. So maybe staff could kind of incorporate that into the project description. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Blau.
Yeah, I was just going to suggest that if they have in their project description 1 crop per year, that's adequate. They don't need to talk about the dates and times for the hoop houses. That doesn't seem to be reasonable. I mean, I know from your earlier testimony that you don't put up hoops any longer than you need to because they're expensive to put up and maintain. Just a thought.
Simple is better. Commissioner, I'm sorry, Mr. Wilson.
Chair and commissioners, just I don't know where the direction is going to go as far as the applicant's proposal. I just, to clarify, if the applicant wants to make changes to the project description, I'd recommend that they make those changes and provide them to staff. Staff isn't in the position to write the project description for them. So if Mr. Peterson, his client, wants to augment the project description, I recommend they provide that wording to the staff and we can bring it to the commission. But we can wait to see if that is something that the commission would want to entertain in a change of project description. But I just want to clarify that point.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Okay, Mr. Villalobos, do we have members of the public?
Mr. Chair, we do have a few speakers. As of now, we have 12. So I think what I'd like to do is just go through our Zoom speakers. We have 5 speakers who are joining us by telephone. So I'll hit you up next. And so what I'll do is I'll go through, our Zoom speakers. I'll go through the people calling in via telephone after that. And then for the people who are joining us by telephone, when I call on you, I'll call on you by the last 2 digits of your phone number, and you'll have to hit *6 to unmute yourself. And I'll repeat that. I suspect I'll probably repeat that after each telephone speaker. So with that in mind, let's start. Our first speaker is Dave Clary.
Yeah, I'll waive that. I think it was accidentally put on this. I didn't intend to speak. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks. Next speaker will be Jenny Salinger.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you guys for your time and hearing us on this. My family and myself are adjoining property owners to this site, and I just want to clarify something that was said a little bit earlier in that the growers have reached out to the neighbors. I have never heard anything from them, nor has my family. And we actually did not receive any notice of public hearing for today. I heard that through the generosity of my neighbors informing me. So that's a bit concerning to me in all of this of how that played out. And certainly being an adjoining property, I have security concerns, as a lot of our neighbors do as well. And just clarifying that I am so close. My property is only 150 feet from one of the cultivation sites, so we're quite close. I have horses here and family in that, and so to keep both my property, my assets, my family safe is concerning when I don't even know that these hearings are happening and that communication is happening. And I'm left in the dark on that. So I just wanted to make sure you knew that wasn't entirely true, that we've been contacted. And that's a concern for me moving forward into operations, in that knowing what's going on is going to kind of keep us the safest, and I don't know what's going on. And that's kind of my biggest concern, the safety and the odor, and where we are on that. So thank you for allowing us to speak.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Lee Johnson, to be followed by Mark Chatillo. Ms. Johnson, if you could unmute yourself.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. I hadn't raised my hand yet. There's a lot of, we're having a lot of technical errors, and we're getting cut out and not hearing a lot of the speeches. Like I know Commissioner Briley had mentioned a finding, and it was at 2.1.5. I'm not sure, but it's cutting out so much. And I didn't hear a lot of what Stephen Peterson said, or pretty much nothing that Mr. Tron had said. I might need a little bit of time to piece this back together, because my notes, what I was going to read, might have been answered, or I might have to go a different way. So I'm not ready to speak right this moment. I'm trying to piece things together as fast as I can. And I know some of the other speakers are also.
That's fine. We can come back to you.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Next speaker is Mark Chatillo, to be followed by Renee O'Neill.
Good afternoon, members of the commission. This is Mark Chatillo, and I'm appearing today on behalf of the Johnson family. We submitted a letter back in May to the prior hearing, and a number of those issues have not been addressed. We would encourage your commission to not take action today, or to take action to deny the project. I do note that there are project description or project changes that are underway. So we'd like to, of course, see those before they're finalized by the commission. The key issue is the neighborhood compatibility finding for this project because of the conditional use permit requirement. And I'll focus first on the odor abatement plan, which essentially lacks, first, odor control, and secondly, lacks applicability. Staff has, or the odor plan has conflated the ordinance and its restrictions with the findings that you have to make of neighborhood compatibility under the conditional use permit findings. There is a massive loophole in the odor plan in that the confirmation and response to an odor episode requires only that there be a consideration of whether there is odor in a residentially zoned area or at sensitive receptors. Well, we know that there is no residentially zoned area surrounding this property, and staff has defined that there are no sensitive receptors. So the odor plan itself lacks the checks and balances and the procedures to actually ensure that if there's an odor episode that needs to be abated in order to address neighborhood compatibility, the odor plan itself is incompetent to be able to address that, because it only looks at the cannabis ordinance and its focus on residentially zoned areas. Further, the odor plan doesn't have any real odor control. The vegetative buffers are not really articulated, and there's no real evidence that they're going to be effective at controlling odor. There's some reference in the odor plan that's somewhat mysterious to the potential use of vapor phase systems in the future, but those are not reflected on the county plans, on the site plans, and they're not part of the project description. So it's unclear whether and how that might apply, and then whether that would be appropriate with respect to the emissions of Ecosorb adjacent to people's homes and agricultural operations. The odor plan itself references in two places a need to reduce the size of Area 5. That doesn't appear to be referenced in the odor plan itself. And most significantly, the level four of the response is just simply missing. So the architecture of these response plans that your commission has looked at in the past has a provision where if at the end of the day, a source is still developing odors and causing a nuisance to surrounding land uses, that there will be a best available control technology analysis, and the operator is committed to implementing the recommendations of that backed analysis. That's absent from this odor plan. And these 4 defects really render it nearly ineffective. In effect, because it's a CUP, you have to be able to make the findings. That's the legal authority for the commission to be able to determine that the project is compatible. And if it is not, because of the odor, which is not mitigated by this plan, then you cannot make that finding. Second issue, biological resources. And this project is on a site where there are a number of conservation easements, but they're not described at any point. There are 2 known California tiger salamander habitat areas that are not referenced, and it's unclear where those exist vis-a-vis the conservation easements. And I heard Mr. Peterson talk about permanent preservation of resources on the site, but I don't understand the project description to include additional conservation easements to accomplish that permanent preservation. On water use, we raised that issue in May. There's been no substantive response, but I will know that the odor plan's reliance on the vegetative buffer relies on a series of fast-growing plants that are going to entail substantial water use. That needs to be included as part of the analysis of water impacts for the project. And finally, the issue of character raised by Mr. Peterson. The Franchise Tax Board still reports that the New Era LLC is suspended. So we don't have a viable entity for this application. And I think that alone prevents the Planning Commission from being able to take action on it. I submitted to the record the page shot from the Secretary of State yesterday, where that status continued to be reflected. And then finally, we're learning more about Mr. Ron Lee, clearly an industry insider. I think we would echo the comments that were made in public comment with respect to who's behind this and who's going to show up at this site, underscoring the importance of adequate security in order to protect the well-being and tranquility and peace of the surrounding folks in this remote neighborhood. So we would ask, Mr. Chair, that your commission defer action or deny this project at this point. And if it is to defer action, to reiterate the punch list that was not adequately addressed from the May that your commission had identified in May, and further address the issues of concern by the Johnsons, by the other neighbor to the south, and for the other neighbors and members of the community in this area. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chatillo.
Our next speaker will be Renee O'Neill, to be followed by Susan Ashbrook.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair Farini and Commissioners. My name is Renee O'Neill. I want to ditto the comment that Lee Johnson made earlier. I lost internet, I lost connection, and it's really frustrating to not be able to hear all the comments. Earlier today, Secretary Wilson and Commissioner Bridley expressed the concept of doing a pilot test and pilot program with regard to permanently allowing restaurants and wineries to have outdoor food courts. Years ago, Commissioner Blau and Supervisor Peter Adam recommended something similar in regard to cannabis development. They strongly advised that our county go slow before we grow cannabis. Would that those words of wisdom had prevailed, as well as other wise recommendations that the board failed to adopt. I want to support all letters and comments that oppose New Era.
my concerns for all of these cannabis projects in our county, not just New Era, is that this county seems to ignore the countywide pleas for protection of our health, safety, and welfare, and our environment. We're in no position to abuse our precious water resources, especially at this time under these extreme drought conditions. This really must be looked into. You must preserve and protect our vulnerable, isolated communities like Sabata Canyon. Helios Dayspring is a perfect example of the county's failure to protect Tepiscay, especially as we repeatedly brought our concerns to this county's attention since 2015. And now he's all over the news, reports indicating that he's facing federal charges in an ongoing investigation that will most likely implicate other players. Santa Barbara County is currently growing more pot than can be legally consumed in our state. In fact, I think it was in the Mendocino paper today, they're complaining about the fact that they're losing revenue and reduction in prices because of what Santa Barbara County is currently doing. Way to go, Santa Barbara. You must be really proud of yourself. Most of our weed is being sold on the black market, transported out of county and state and filling private coffers. This industry has had nothing but huge Class 1 negative impact on residents. No other business requires the level of oversight or law enforcement to supervise it. The cannabis industry is costing taxpayers more than we are profiting, and most growers fail to report their earnings and or pay their fair share in taxes. Helios Dayspring is a perfect example of that. I strongly recommend that you deny this project and support the long-established residents and communities who oppose large cannabis farms in their neighborhoods. We have been the sacrificial lambs for too long. We've learned by experience that most growers talk the talk, but they don't walk the walk. Please consider this matter very carefully before another What the Heck LLC, aka Herbal Angels or Dayspring fiasco occurs. This county needs to put the brakes on cannabis right now. Thank you for listening, and I'm sorry if I sound so upset at times, but I've been in this battle since 2014, and I'm
Thank you. Thank you, Ms.
Our next speaker will be Susan Ashbrook, to be followed by Susan Stevens.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioners, many residents are opposed to New Era and feel strongly about our Sabata Canyon Road issues. You had your road expert, Will Robertson, and he quoted, or I'll quote, he was leery about making any comments on our specific canyon and speaking for the fire department. Yet he did make comments, including a statement there were no accidents reported except one involving a deer. I don't understand why he didn't include information in an email I sent him with details and accident reports on 3 separate accidents. One was during a fire evacuation involving a horse trailer at the corner of Sabata and Highway 246, blocking residents leaving the canyon. And then 2 weeks later, there was another accident at the same location with 2 highway patrol there to document. To ensure this information was put into your recorded or put into your information, I contacted Caltrans to ensure it would be recorded. Recently, very recently, on July 23rd, there was a rollover accident on Sabata Canyon Road with police, fire, and EMT. This accident was very similar to a crash and the unfortunate death of a young woman on the dirt road portion of Sabata Canyon Road. I am dismayed that you would consider approving a cannabis operation in the backyard of 2 EDRN neighborhoods on a private, rural, and dirt road. This part of the private road can't enforce speed limits, as complaints to the sheriff department have noted. I believe residents living and driving daily on this road are the ones that will be impacted by your decision. Although cannabis was banned in our EDRN, we can still vividly recall the chemical trespassive odors from Herbal Angels. This project requires a CUP, so you must consider neighbor complaints. At the very least, we demand the very best odor control. Cannabis is not garlic or broccoli. While cannabis growers complain about vineyard pesticide drift, they don't care about their stinky green skunk drift to nearby communities and neighborhoods. New Era is not compatible in Sabata Canyon. Thank you.
So our next speaker will be Susan Stevens, and then we'll move on to our telephone callers.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Great. Okay. Thank you for your time. My name is Susan Stevens. My husband, John, and I, we currently live in Sabata Canyon. The same canyon New Era Cannabis is proposing a commercial cannabis grow site. The horrendous smell and criminal activity associated with commercial cannabis makes it a terrible fit for this small canyon. The Santa Barbara County Grand Jury 26-page report stated the Air Pollution Control District, an independent agency for over 25 years, had issued an advisory on April 26, 2019, titled Air Quality in Cannabis Operations. The Air Pollution Control District advised with outdoor grows, a reasonable buffer should be established between the grow site and any residential, commercial, or public access point. And they strongly encourage large buffer zones, example 1 mile, to allow for maximum odor dispersion, as well as other odor abatement strategies to avoid nuisance odors. New Era's odor abatement plan will not work. The grand jury further found that 11 days later, on May 7th, 2019, the district changed their wording of the advisory due to pressure from the county. They removed the language, including strongly encourage large buffer zones, example 1 mile. The advisory now only states that the district encourages the use of buffer zones. What are we, as the general public, to think of this? Is our quality of life now less important than the revenue potential of cannabis? The grand jury was also told that no such request had ever previously been made to the Air Pollution Control District. We have one small winding road in and out. That is it. This is going to be a perfect storm. We're all very familiar with Santa Barbara's recent fires, then rains, and resultant mudslides. We must think of the what ifs. What if a larger cannabis-associated rig, along with the increased traffic, results in a crash, which results in a fire? The road is then blocked. People can't get out. People will die. It's going to be the perfect storm. It's waiting to happen. The most recent accident that Susan mentioned too was on July 23rd. I've sent photos in that have been, they're in the file with the county. The only similarity between cannabis, beans, tomatoes, and grapes is that they are a cultivated crop. That's the only commonality. Cannabis's proven association with criminal activity sets it entirely apart from the other crops. We have yet to hear of one documented case of fully armed individuals storming a vineyard, insisting the winemakers hand over their grapes. In closing, I'm going to ask you this one question. If all of you were currently neighbors living within Sabata Canyon, what would you want? If you answer honestly, would you want to live next to a commercial cannabis grow site with the horrendous stench and the uneasy feeling of impending danger to yourself and your family? Again, thank you for your time. My name is Susan Stevens, and my husband is John Stevens.
Mr. Chair, all right, we're going to move on to our telephone speakers, and then we'll come back to Ms. Johnson. So, again, I'll call upon you by the last 2 digits of your phone number. Hit *6 to unmute yourself. Our first speaker is caller. It's the last 2 digits are 09.
Hi, good afternoon, Planning Commission. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Sunny Hong. I went to school with Mr. Tu Tran since high school and briefly in college. I would like to comment on the fact that, you know, in San Jose, where we grew up in high school into college, that Mr. Tu Tran was a very, very community-based person. He's been tutoring people, including my sister and myself, in high school, and he also helped out, helped me graduate college as well. I believe that he's a good fit for, you know, the introduction of corporate cannabis in commercial cannabis in your guys' neighborhood, because as a community-oriented person, he will take into consideration all of the concerns of the neighbors. It's clear that earlier that canopy size has already been reduced from 10.1 acres down to 9.6 due to neighbor concerns of the borders and some buffering space between properties. I believe that if had another large corporate cannabis company were to come in, these factors would not be taken into consideration. Most cannabis corporate companies will always look to maximize profit. Mr. Tu Tran is very, very thoughtful and willing to work with people. As you can see, that he's willing to move his entire family down to the area to be part of the community where community members can address their concern that, you know, comes off on a daily basis to him. And I believe that he would do his best to take everything into consideration. The fact that he's not requesting 3 harvests a year shows that, you know, the community matters to him, because had he come in as a typical corporate player, he would always look to maximize profit, maximize canopy square footage, and to maximize, you know, for the best interest of the company. It's clear already that he's been taking all concerns into consideration to make this commercial cannabis grow be as considerate as possible to the community. So I believe that he would be a good fit, not only as a cannabis grower in the community, but as a community member. The community would be lucky to have someone like him there. That is all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, our next speaker, also a telephone caller. The last two digits of your phone are 33. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Hit *6. There you go. If you could state your name for the record, and then you can go ahead. Caller 33, if you could just state your name. I see that you've unmuted yourself.
Hello?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Hello? Okay, my name is Mark Hurst. I'm a California Agricultural Pest Control Advisor. I have been one since '95. My family has earned their money and their living in farming and ranching, you know, since well before I was born. Cannabis is just one of the new crops that we have in California. California's agriculture is diverse, and it needs to remain diverse. I think we need to be open to allowing something of this type of crop to be grown. Not only in Santa Barbara County, but all other counties where it's permitting. I've known Tu for about the last 5 years. I've done consulting with agricultural, you know, pest control advising stuff with him. He's always done what he says he's going to do, and I back him and the rest of his group in this project. I hope that it goes through. Thank you.
All right, our next speaker, telephone caller, for the last 2 digits of your phone number are 36. Go ahead and unmute yourself and hit *6. Can you hear us, caller?
Yes, can you hear me?
Great. If you could just state your name for the record, and then you can go ahead and start your comments.
Yes, hi. So my name is Natalie, and I'm calling, to speak a little about TU. And so I used to work with TU for the Santa Clara County Assessor's Office, and throughout that time, I got to meet TU on a personal level, and I can say that he is a very genuine person. And I always call him, the family man, because he loves being with his family and cares for them. And with that being said, I know all of the other person's concerns, and some that are worried about their family. I know he'll take all of that into consideration. I support him and his project, and I could say he's a very caring person and genuine. But yeah. Oh, I thought you said something. But yeah, that's all I have to say for this. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for your comments. We appreciate it. Thanks, Natalie. Okay, so our next speaker, another telephone speaker. If the last two digits of your phone number are 74, hit *6 and unmute yourself. State your name for the record, and then you can start your comments. Caller, can you hear us? We can hear you.
Oh, here we go. Can you hear me now?
Great. If you could just state your name for the record, then you can start your comments.
Yes, my name is Edward Champa. I would just like to say that I've known you for a while. I've done some work with him at other facilities, and community safety and their concerns are his utmost concern himself. He takes care of his community, and just as much as he does his family. So I think that the community safety and concerns are going to be taken care of. Like the previous caller said, choose one person who always says what he says he's going to do, and he's one guy you can always hold to his word. So I'm going to back him and his project, and I hope you guys do the same. Thank you.
All right, we have one telephone speaker, and then Ms. Johnson gets the last word. So if last two digits of your phone number are 83, go ahead and unmute yourself, hit *6, introduce yourself, and then you can state your comments.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Jasmine Chin. Thank you so much for the opportunity today. I'm dialing in to speak on behalf of TU Tran. I currently am the Business Development Director in the United States for the international beverage chain called Happy Lemon, which is a part of a public company called Yumingtown Corporation. On top of that, I also directly own 2 Happy Lemon stores, one in San Jose and the other at the Salesforce Transit Center in San Francisco. I first started working with TU back in 2011 as he was interning for Happy Lemon. TU has been an exceptionally great guy to deal with, did a terrific job in his position, and was a great asset to our company. He has excellent communication skills and is able to effectively multitask to ensure all projects were completed in a timely manner. He's always been an honest person and a great show of character. I was able to trust him with areas of the business that required certain levels of trust, like accounting, onboarding, logistics, and inventory. TU was always a fast learner and was eager to learn. Because of TU's effectiveness, I was even able to give him more responsibilities, like developing new training programs, business expenses, and putting together balance sheets and P&Ls. TU has dedicated a lot of his time to making sure all numbers added up and would go above and beyond expectations by using his own time to correct any errors that he noticed. He is very responsible, hardworking, honest, and rarely made any mistakes. TU's time at Happy Lemon up until now, he has always been humble, caring for people around him. He was always willing to offer his assistance and had an excellent rapport with everyone at the office. Over the years, we have developed a strong professional relationship, and he has been a good friend with good intentions for other people. I wholeheartedly support him in his new business venture, as I can see him doing a fantastic job. And I know he will give his all and effort and produce nothing short of phenomenal results. Thank you guys so much for the time and listening today. I know you guys will be able to see what I see into in the meantime. Thank you.
And our last speaker will be Lee Johnson.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I guess that I could get references for myself, and that would look good. But then again, I'm sure a bunch of you think that I'm an a-hole. So it goes both ways. We're worried about how the county is going to protect us, with their mission statement being to provide quality public services to the people of Santa Barbara County in response to their needs for a healthy, safe, and prosperous environment. To get to the findings before I lose time, I believe that 2.1.4, 2.1.5, and 2.1.3, because of the fire department situation. I watched when Herbal Angels was being raided and the fire truck pulled past the property and going towards us. The fire marshal had to run down, the street, try to catch him. The fire truck made like a 15-point turn and was able to not hit the fence of the neighbors and get through. So good for that. But it's very hard for people to find us, especially since our addresses are not in numerical order. And if history is an indicator, New Era, Tutron, Ron Lee, which I was told it was Ron Lay, they lack internet history. The lack of internet history is oddly familiar to Herbal Angels, Avo Vista Farms. And I had to do a lot of research on that and found out some things that were fishy. And then they were growing and they did get busted, as is Dayspring and everything else that's going on. So our most significant concern is security. I'm not speaking on this to be dramatic. If you know me, you know I hate speaking at hearings. In person or on the phone or in Zoom. I just hate speaking on these things. I'm not combative. I don't like to argue with people, and it just makes me nervous. It's just not my nature. But you're probably going to hear my voice quiver, and I'll pause, and I'm going to get through this as fast as I can. But I feel like what I have to say is important because we are the nearest bordering neighbor. And before I say that, none of the other bordering neighbors were advised. Sandra Newman wrote a letter. She was never advised. Salingers, they were never advised. The wine growing corporation in the front was never advised. And we're going to need some spray indemnifications. There's a lot of stuff going on there. Teachers, for their pensions, are growing those grapes out there. So it's like pensions versus pensions with this whole battle here, pot versus grapes. So I spoke last week, decided to at the last minute speak because I found it appropriate to mention security related to crime in the county rising in Lompoc and also rural Lompoc. I mentioned the Mexican mafia and the rob grows. At least one grow near the city of Lompoc at key times of the year gets the biggest haul, and it's been robbed a couple times. This has supposedly happened twice or maybe 3 times. Farmers, the leasers, talk to other farmers, ranchers. Lompoc is multi-generational town, especially in the rural areas. We all know each other. So I was hoping someone, with me mentioning it last week, would have had the chance to look it up. And some I feel like already knew, that was happening. Maybe not so thrilled that I mentioned it in public, but I think we're at that point now. To find out if that was the thing, because I know that's a thing. And so here we are sitting on the top of a hill in our nice house that we built. And, you know, people always say location, location, location. It was location, location, location when we built this. And we farmed and we have done all kinds of things. And we had apples. We took out the apples. They took too much water. We put in olives. We're trying to save money. You know, we're using less than an acre foot of water a year, and we're thrilled with that. Our figures were wrong before because we were doing some math with PG&E.
So, Ms. Johnson, you're in at 5 minutes so far, and the limit's 3. Can you wrap it up, please?
Sure. Sorry. You know, it's just alarming that we're rural residents being asked to live near a cannabis grow, and in the business license, we don't get to speak. So I don't know why people keep on talking about the business license. This is our only chance to speak on people that we don't know anything about. And we did negotiate with the actual owner of the property. And he said things were this and that, no problem. We're going to get rid of this area right here. And not is what on the drawings. The drawings are a quarter of what Gary Wolf told us. And Gary Wolf talked to this Ron Lee guy, and they're like, no problem. We're doing everything you ask. Then there was no questions.
Okay, Ms. Johnson, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, Ms. Johnson was our last speaker.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Any rebuttal by staff?
I don't think so at this time. Thank you, commissioners.
Okay, thank you. And any rebuttal by the applicant?
Yes, Chairman Farini, we would like to have a brief rebuttal. First of all, our apologies to Ms. Salinger next door, who we haven't been in touch with. We believe she was not present at the last hearing and did not express any concerns, and we understood our direction from the Planning Commission to be to reach out to try to work with the Johnsons, who are the nearest neighbor, regarding cultivation area 4, which is the nearest cultivation area to a neighbor's house. Not that our direction was to reach out to all of the neighbors and attempt to work with them. So we hadn't been aware that she had concerns, but certainly going forward and as required in the odor abatement plan, she'll be notified of everything that's going on. And we want to work with her and be good neighbors with her, and apologize that we haven't gotten to know her yet. I'd like to have Nathan Eady address the OAP issues, please. And then maybe if you could come back to me for one brief thing after that, it would be great. Nathan, are you available now?
Yes, I am. So this is Nathan Eady with SCS Engineers, speaking on some of the specific issues brought up regarding the OAP. So if I was following it, the primary speaker, Mr. Shatillo, I think had 4 main issues that he wanted addressed. So the one is odor control is needed to protect all of the neighboring receptors, irrespective of their zoning. So going above and beyond the prevention of offsite odors reaching residentially zoned properties, which is the way the county's code is written. So this is a recurring policy issue that comes up. You know, when the county developed its cannabis ordinances and wrote the programmatic EIR, I believe the presumption was that there are other forms of agriculture widely allowed throughout the agricultural zone districts in the county that are capable of producing objectionable odors. So you've got, the land application of fertilizers and biosolids, cauliflower harvesting, broccoli, livestock. They all have, widespread documented occurrence of odors. So I believe the county, out of respect for that, really focused on preventing the occurrence of the introduction of cannabis odors in a way that would create land use conflicts that bridged from agriculture to residential, et cetera. So that is the emphasis in which the site plan and the OAP was developed, but that's not to say that it was completely ignorant of the need to try and limit odor transport to neighboring properties that were agriculturally zoned. A good example of that is when we analyzed the project and we issued our recommendations. Cultivation area 1 was recommended to be used exclusively for nursery and juvenile plants. The reason for that is that, based on our prior testing, juvenile and non-flowering plants create little to no of the objectionable skunky odor. And by changing the use of cultivation area 1, it substantially limits the downslope drainage of odor onto the private portion of Sabata Canyon Road and onto agriculturally zoned lands and vineyards to the west of the project parcel. So there were recommendations that went into the OAP that the applicant accepted that focused on preventing off-site odors regardless of whether or not they were in a residentially zoned direction or location. Again, I think another significant concession to that effect is that this project is a 1 harvest per year that provides a seasonality to the cannabis that is comparable to other agricultural uses, rather than having cannabis odors present, 365 like they are in rotational grows and greenhouses. Significant item number 2 was the OAP references a reduction in the size of cultivation area number 5. So that is when SCS was presented the original project design and all the cultivation areas, what the cultivation area 5 was originally proposed to extend to the top of a ridge line on the southern edge of the property. And our analysis indicated that pulling that cultivation area downslope would significantly reduce the chance that odors could make it over that ridge line and then down to the residential and agricultural properties to the south. The parcel has a very nice natural bowl shape to it. And so our recommendations were to systematically curtail the growing areas so that it would keep those odors in that bowl-like depression of the property as much as possible. The applicant accepted that recommendation and it's subsequently reflected in the site plans. So I think that's just Mr. Chatillo being confused about, we made a recommendation and the applicant accepted it and revised their plans accordingly. Then there's a question about vague references to the potential use of vapor phase. So our focus on this project was to try and keep siting, setbacks, topography, and the vegetation buffers as the primary means for odor control and to achieve it with those methods rather than having to rely on active odor mitigation such as the vapor. And I believe that the property is favorably located enough that we achieved that goal, and that's why we issued an OAP that only required that careful siting, the limitations on the types and the location of cultivation, and the use and maintenance of the vegetative buffers. If we would have felt that it was apparent that active use of vapor phase was needed to achieve odor control, we would have already mandated that in the plan. So that section is just there to show that should something occur where, odor issues are prevalent in the future, there are other options available to the client that they can pursue to up the level of odor control on the site. But we don't think that those will be necessary based on the analysis we've conducted before. That analysis is somewhat limited by the fact that there are no cannabis plants there today, so we can't take actual odor samples. These are, modeling projections and engineering determinations based on the plans. The last thing is to mention that the OAP is missing level 4 of the tiered response in the adaptive management. So I think the speaker was recalling a different iteration or version of the adaptive management and tiered response protocols that are being developed and implemented in other regions of the county, predominantly the greenhouse areas such as Carpinteria. Those areas do have a more complicated 4-level tiered response system that's in most of the OAPs. For outdoor projects such as this, there is a somewhat simplified 3-level adaptive management system. So Mr. Shatillo is right, there is no level 4. However, the actual requirement to do a backed analysis and to achieve those same follow-up investigations is present in the plan. So on page 16 of the OAP, in the 3rd level response, part 3A, there's a clear statement that if odors continue to be observed off-site, a thorough backed analysis has to be conducted by a professional engineer or a CIH. That report needs to be issued and its recommendations implemented. So I think we still have that covered. It's just covered in a slightly different tier level that's reflective of an outdoor project versus an indoor greenhouse project. So I think that covers all the OAP specific comments. I'm certainly available for any follow-up questions.
Commissioner Farini, if I could say a couple quick things to wrap this up. Oh, you're muted.
It's my turn. Commissioner Blau, did you have a question?
Well, I actually have a question for County Council. We heard a little testimony earlier.
Commissioner Blau, let's let the applicant finish and then you can go to.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, great.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Chair Farini and Commissioners. Just a couple last quick things. I was going to have Mr. Tran speak to the LLC suspension issue too, if you could talk about that.
So I understand the concerns that the neighbors have about the status of our LLC. Our LLC is currently suspended due to the fact that we have a late tax return, and it's FTB suspension. So that's a franchise tax board, and there's nothing legal, like criminal legal about it or anything fishy that should be about it. And then we're currently still working with our CPA to get the resolve. And yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you too. And then I just wanted to mention regarding the building into the project description, the plastic coverings on the hoop houses. I have prepared a 1-sentence thing that could go into the project description if that doesn't cause a delay or a continuance to do so, because we're looking to have this approved and finalized today. If I can provide that sentence to the staff and they can, we can amend the project description right now today, we can do it that way. If it's not possible, the Planning Commission has the ability to put a condition on the project that the sentence saying that needs to be added into the project description, and the commission can do it that way in order that we move forward today. And so finally, since this project has already been continued, and since this project is likely to be appealed to the Board of Supervisors, we would ask that you provide us with a decision today, and we hope that it's an approval rather than a further continuance. And we appreciate your thoughtful consideration of the project and feel that it's compatible with the neighborhood and low impact and small in scale. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Commissioner Blau?
Well, yeah, and I could not hear or understand the applicant's response to the suspension of the LLC. But my question for County Council is, if the LLC is the applicant and they are now suspended, can we take action? I mean, do we have an applicant here, or is the applicant, like if a corporation is suspended, they can't act. I'm wondering if the LLC is suspended, can they act and can we take action on this? Or should we postpone this until we have an applicant that can actually participate? So that's my first question.
Chair Farini and Commissioner Blau, we looked into this prior to the last hearing when this came up, and on the application documents, 2Tran personally is the applicant, not the LLC. So I don't believe the LLC suspension stops the commission from taking action on the project today.
Okay, that clears it up for me. Thank you.
Okay, well, that just puts us at questions, and if we're done, then we can, if there's no more questions from the commission, then we can close the hearing. So, Commissioner Park.
Well, I have a question of Ms. Richardson. Is now the time for that? Or are you
Yeah,
just talking about-
this would be it, yes.
Okay. So Ms. Richardson, I heard your answer to Commissioner Blau's question, and I was going to ask a similar question. But, you know, this is entitled the New Era project on our agenda and all that. So where does, if 2Tran is the applicant, then what's the relevance of New Era LLC in this land use permitting process? I mean, they're names on the project in our agenda. Why?
Right. Commissioner Farini and Chair Farini and Commissioner Park and Mr. Wilson might be able to speak to this. I think it's just been shorthand to refer to the project. I don't know the applicant's, business legal structure or how they're going to apply for a business license. But in terms of the land use permit, for whatever reason, 2Tran is the applicant with Gary Wolf as the property owner. And that's how they applied for the permit.
So if I could follow up with the question, so the property owner did authorize someone to be the applicant other than the LLC? As I understand it, the property owner is the one who's either making the application or has authorized someone to do it for him. I mean, to me, this is kind of important because we've had a lot of concern about having the person that wants a business license so that we can actually question them or make public comment. I just want to make sure we're doing this correctly. And secondly, just my other question, by the way, was we've now heard several times today that property owners that appear to be adjacent to a project are not getting notice. So I'd like to hear from the county staff some assurances that we're properly notifying everybody within the 300, 500, 1,000 foot notice that those notices are going out and we have some certification for that.
Commissioner Blau through the chair. I'll let Mr. Villalobos and Mr. Seward respond to the noticing. But just as a reminder to the commission and the members of the public that are listening, this item was originally noticed and heard on May 26th. And at that time, it was continued to a date specific. Being that it was continued to date specific, new noticing wasn't required for the project because it was continued to a date specific. So there could be some misunderstanding, confusion on the public as far as when they receive notice. But then again, Mr. Seawards and Mr. Villalobos can talk about the noticing for this particular hearing. But it's my understanding that all required noticing has been accomplished for this hearing as of today. Mr. Villalobos, do you have anything you'd like to add to that?
Mr. Wilson, Secretary Wilson is correct in terms of there wasn't a separate mail notice for this particular hearing. And I believe it was Ms. Salinger that brought that issue up. And I looked at the noticing labels for the hearing from earlier this year, and it indicates that one was sent to Salinger family, but the mailing address is to the mailing address of record is in, looks like maybe Illinois. And I can take a look at the there were also EDRN notices as well and cannabis mailing lists. I'd have to take a minute to see if there was any additional ones in there, but the sufficient notice was given for the first hearing.
I appreciate that, and that's great to hear. Although I've heard a couple times today and of recent where people didn't know about the operation next to them except through some neighbor, some comment, some other way to hear it. And I will comment that I have some concern that, yeah, we noticed the first hearing, but if it's continued, we don't renotice. And I just wonder a little bit if there should not be some thought given to renoticing, given a substantial time frame between the original hearing and a continued hearing. For example, it's not unusual that we don't continue for 2, 3, 4 months. What happens to an adjacent property owner that was not an adjacent property owner the date of the first hearing, and 4 months later, they're now an adjacent property owner? I'm not talking about a complaint. That's something I just think that Secretary Wilson and the staff should think about. Should we have a substantial time frame between the first noticing and a subsequent hearing? But I'm more concerned just to make sure that the original notice was done properly, because I'm hearing too often that a neighbor says, I never knew about the operation until my neighbor told me about it. I just need to make certain that we did it correctly.
Commissioner Blau, I think that both Secretary Wilson and I had both responded to that question affirmatively.
Okay, well, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing then, and we'll move on to Planning Commission discussion and deliberations.
I'm sorry, Chair Freeney, were we going to try to do a meal break, or do we have stamina to go through? I guess I was looking to.
Good point, Commissioner Briley. We're going on 2 o'clock.
But our staffers down there are golden people.
Okay. Mr. Wilson.
At the risk of owing everybody lunch, I say let's get her done. I think we're moving into deliberation. We finished public comment, so I think let's keep going since we have some momentum.
Okay, your call.
Could we at least have a little biological break?
You always want something, Commissioner Park.
Yes.
Yes, okay, yes. 10 minutes.
We've done amazing. 5 minutes. Okay, so what is it now? Is it
10 minutes?
10 minutes, okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we're back on the air. Mr. Farini, are you there? There he is.
I was having a great conversation talking to myself. Okay, thank you, Mr. Villalobos.
Chair,
Yeah.
it's service this Monday at 10 o'clock. That doesn't help.
Okay, I thought I would just start off the conversation here on the hoop plastic issue. Is if we can add a sentence in that there's something to the effect plastic coverings for the hoop houses will be removed after harvest in the fall and only reinstalled during planting in the spring. I think that covers getting the plastic down for people who see it, and it also would protect the grower to make sure he has that available while he's farming. Plastic coverings will be removed after harvest in the fall. That looks pretty good to me. Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Chair, and we had one thought. Appreciate the applicant and your comments. Just one thing for the commission to consider, one as far as enforceability, and one thing maybe we could consider adding plastic carrying for the hoop houses will be removed within either maybe 7 days or 14 days after the harvest in the fall. So at least it's a little time bound, and we know like when it would actually occur, so that there's like a trigger. That just, I wanted to throw that out there for consideration, but I leave it to the commission's discretion what they thought.
I would support that. Okay.
And Mr. Chair, just one thought. We got the sentence from the applicant, so we may want to get them to concur if it's this change to the project description.
So,
Chairman Farini, we're comfortable with that sentence.
yeah, okay. I really wasn't going to call on you because I closed everything off. We're at Planning Commission discussion now. So,
If I could just weigh in, I don't understand the 7 to 14. How about within 14 days? The 7 to 14 is like, it doesn't make sense to me. If he does it on the 8, yeah, just 14 days, that just makes more sense.
yeah, it's simpler.
So Chair Farini, you were starting off with that, right?
That was just really all I had to say right now. And then it would go to Commissioner Park next if he's ready, and see where we go.
Or
You beat her, John.
I don't think it's my district, so I don't think it really does go to me necessarily, but I'm ready to say something. So
It's cannabis. I thought they were all in your district.
Chair Farini, it is your district, good man.
All right, well,
Thanks.
I'll go for a little while here then. That's
Oh,
fine.
you go.
One of the things here is the main question is cannabis agriculture or is it not? Right? And this is on an ag zone property surrounded by ag zone. And that to me, that adds some complexity to it. And it also makes it difficult to say for residences that moved and built their homes on a big ag property in the middle of big ag properties that they have the same kind of the same rights or considerations that if we were building or if we were farming next to a city or something. So when it comes to smells, it's like farm smell. We didn't come up with the rules. We're just here trying to make everything fit within the rules. I understand it's a CUP. The applicant is, I think, been very cooperative. We asked them to do many things at the previous meeting. They've done them all, and then they've gone above and beyond on that. The plastic has been removed on the one parcel or farm block below the Johnsons. They've pulled back more feet from the Johnsons, and I think they've done all that they can do. As far as the roads and the safety of the roads, here again, this is another impact. We're not hearing from the farmers in the area that they're concerned about the impact of another farm on the roads. It's the people who moved into a commercial farm area that don't want commercial farms to use the roads. That's if cannabis is a commercial farm. So I kind of look forward to hearing from other commissioners. What's your interpretation? Is cannabis a legitimate farm, or is it not? If it was an LUP and it's on Ag 2, they pretty much have open rights. This is a CUP, so we get to put more conditions on it. But I don't see where they don't have the right to move forward. So I would recommend adding the language that we just added in with Commissioner Blau's edit of 14 days, and that we follow staff's recommendations on improving the project. Commissioner Bradley.
It's almost like a motion, and I should not add any time to this, but I want to go out of my way to address a couple things that came up in the hearing, and particularly to thank the applicant and their team, because I think this set of plans was exceptional. I mean, I am sitting there on the screen and reading the details of the lighting, of the landscape plan, of how they thought through the fencing and all the details for this. And they did a very, very, very good job. So thank you to the applicant on that. The concerns that we've heard from the neighborhood, I really do appreciate those. I've appreciated those for a long time, but I'm going to feather in directly behind Chair Farini, because this, and I said it at the first hearing, this is ag zone, ag general plan, ag is messy. And if you choose to put your beautiful equine site or your beautiful house in the middle of an ag zone, it's just a calculated risk that sooner or later an active ag function is going to move in next door. Well, then we move to the discussion about cannabis. How horrible is cannabis as an ag product? Well, it may be horrible in some people's experience, but the way this county is treating it, it's an ag function that the county wanted to welcome, and we aren't responsible for the rules. In fact, that's very clear to everybody who's even spoken in frustration today. You know, the board has set it forth, the ordinance was adopted, the sequel was completed. And so we're just trying to do the best we can with the rules that we were handed. So I have nothing but support for the case, and I feel like I could make every single one of these findings legitimately and fess up to it and defend it if I get, you know, hauled off in a grocery store and yelled at, which we've all experienced on occasion. But, you know, between the applicant's willingness to adjust things, between the ongoing evolution of the odor abatement technology, the adaptive management plan things. I think this is actually a very strong case. And it is only 10 acres at the end of Sabata Canyon on a huge ranch. So I don't think this is as bad as it's going to be. And just as a side note, there was a lot of concerning testimony and letters about character reference. And I find that while, it may be interesting, it's not part of the land use analysis. And when I was thinking about everyone's concern about the LLC tool. Well, when I go through the Montecito Board of Architectural Review agendas, I would say almost half of those cases are LLCs. So they are people that have decided to do a real estate investment as an LLC, and I don't know who they are. I mean, I don't take the time to read out who they are from the state, website, but it's a common tool these days. A lot of people own things in an LLC, and I don't find that is necessarily threatening. In fact, we all have to get used to it because there's going to be fewer and fewer people that are just John and Laura Smith, So I am a little bit disappointed to the level at which some of the dialogue has gone today to cast doubt on Mr. Tran, because I don't see anything that's suspicious about it, but that got kind of thrown into the bathwater with everything else. And I want to make sure, for me personally, I separated that. I'm looking at the findings presented by staff, the consistency with the ordinance that we've been handed, and the good job that the applicant has done. So I would be willing to support the case as submitted with the amendment of the language in the project description. Thank you.
Commissioner Blau.
Yeah, I will say that I agree with Commissioner Bidley and Commissioner Farini. I will tell you, and I've said from the very beginning, that as far as this commissioner was concerned, my recommendation was that all cannabis grows are in greenhouses that are completely odor controlled. That's not what the Board of Supervisors instructed us to do. That's not the ordinance. Look, I'm the appointed guy. They're the elected people. So I have to do what the elected people instruct me to do. And I will tell you, I had the opportunity to tour in the Betaravia sugar plant one time. You think marijuana stinks? Go do sugar beets when they're processing sugar. I mean, to tell you, I had to leave the plant. I mean, I got literally sick to my stomach, and broccoli and cauliflower are not much better. So Commissioner Fernie is right. There's some agriculture that at times during the year, it's not pleasant odors. And this particular operation, one harvest per year, it's like they've done everything they do to make their neighbors as unaffected as they possibly can. God bless them, but I think it's great. So I have no choice but to support them. There's no way I could have a finding that says we can't do what they do. As far as the issue with the LLC, when the county council told me that the property owner authorized the application, I'm done. I don't care who the applicant is. This approval runs with the land. So if the property owner has approved it, I'm good with it. I don't care who makes the application. Doesn't matter if the LLC is, it just doesn't matter. That's a legal form of their operation. Has nothing to do with running with the land. So based on all that, I'm prepared to support Commissioner Freeney's approval of the project.
Okay. There we go. Commissioner Cooney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was reading through a couple of important parts of the documents, but listening to however many hours we have of this project and comparing our May 26th hearing to the one today, I'm not sure there is any other North County project that's undergone so much scrutiny. At the end, it was suggested by Mr. Peterson that there's an appeal to the board of this project that's built in, and the decision we make today should not be delayed further. And I'm empathetic with that argument. These proceedings can go on for a long time because we care about what people in the neighborhood think. In fact, we're asked to make the finding, the well-known finding in a conditional use permit case, that the proposed project will not be detrimental to the comfort, and I emphasize comfort. Health is in there, safety is in there, welfare is in there, but comfort is clearly impacted if people are subjected to unreasonable odors at various times, night and day. Mr. Shatillo, if I understood his always cogent arguments, suggested that you can't make that finding if there is cannabis odor that is not adequately abated. And he suggested several flaws in the odor abatement plan that prevent us from making the finding of compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood. I think he's presented a very interesting legal issue. And it may be that if the board upholds this commission, we will see this matter back in court and determine once and for all that there is a difference between compatibility and the failure to keep odor from impacting the comfort of the surrounding neighborhood. I'm not qualified or prepared to make that finding today. I have to oppose the project on that basis because I think that we have ample evidence that the project as presented is not going to assure us that the neighborhood will be comfortable. We can make improvements to that odor abatement plan similar to what has been done in the Carpinteria area by requiring the project to be done entirely within doors. I don't advocate that, but I feel I would propose that we continue it to give the applicant a chance to shore up the odor abatement plan slightly, in addition to all the concessions they've made, so that I could support the project as well. But today, I have to dissent and acknowledge as I do how much effort they've made to try and solve the maybe unsolvable problem of how do you address the comfort of neighbors adjacent to cannabis grow. I will say one thing disturbed me. Part of our thinking was if we kept the buffer of these existing trees, the lemons and avocados, that we would be helping with the odor problem. But the applicant tells us that we're not watering those trees. And so to the extent they live with nature's watering, great. But if we take as evidence what's happening up and down the Central Valley when trees aren't watered, they die. And so I don't think we can take much comfort in the condition that those trees will be preserved if they're not watered. Commissioner Farini has a lot more knowledge about that than I, but but it really doesn't guarantee that they're going to be, the surrounding neighbors will be looking at growing healthy trees if the drought continues. So my position is I have to dissent from a vote to approve today, but I can see approving it with improvements to the odor abatement plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Finney. Commissioner Park.
I think this is a very tough case. The preliminarily, I think the issue of whether New Era LLC is relevant to this project and is suspended or not can be very important. I know in my decades of litigation how excited I am when I see that the opposing party is suspended because they can't appear in court. They are disabled clearly under the Corporations Code from transacting any business whatsoever. It makes them a sitting duck. Frankly, were I representing the applicant, I would not even conceive of going forward without clearing that issue up and having so that nobody will raise it by demur or summary judgment if there's litigation on this further, because they're going to win. But that's the applicant's choice. And I understand Ms. Richardson's advice to us, because I during the break looked over every single document that we have in that internet file. And everywhere where it identified the applicant, it identified it as Mr. Tran. And although there were multiple plans and so forth that referred to New Era LLC as the client and so forth, it appears that you know, Mr. Tran's the applicant for our purposes. We should have labeled it differently, but there we are. And if there's a risk to be run, it's Mr. Tran who's running the risk. So to me, that's not a dispositive issue, but I think it's an important thing. I go back to when I first was exposed to this project and did a site visit. I was very, very impressed by a number of things that the applicant was doing. One, the limitation on the average daily trips by carpooling all of the employees, by limiting it to one grow, to all these things. They've done absolutely everything they possibly could to limit the traffic in and out of the site. I was very impressed when I heard about Mr. Eady's work in reviewing the project. And I know Mr. Eady, he's very independent. And when they told me he had looked at this and told them to move some of the grow areas around to minimize the potential for odor, I was very impressed. Because frankly, I think that kind of thing does more good than unproven odor control technology, which we're usually talking about in these projects. I cannot imagine how a project in Sabeda Canyon could do more to minimize impacts than this project. Now, where does that all lead? This is a CUP project. We have to make that finding 1.5 of compatibility. I'm kind of unsure if the finding was to be, do I find that it's incompatible? That'd be a hard finding to make. But you know, the finding that it is compatible, that's also a hard finding to make for me. Looking at the big picture, this is a single windy road coming in there. It's a private road, a dirt road once it gets in there. I do a lot of driving up and down that road with my horse trailer, because I'll do some horseback riding at the end of the road sometimes. And I know I annoy everybody else on the road when I drive by, just because of the width of the road and that kind of thing. So it's a serious concern. So you might say this is the best possible project for Sabeda Canyon, but do cannabis projects belong out there on a road like this going through these EDRNs? To make it more complicated and on a very practical level, the 800-pound gorilla here is not this project, because it's the most benign project you could have out there, but it's what will happen with Herbal Angels, which has been on appeal forever to the Board of Supervisors and is going to come in with probably a brand new project to the board and get away with it the way we handle things here. And not get away with approval of it, but by going in with a new project that we've never even looked at. And that's what the neighbors really have to be concerned about. And I've said to them, frankly, and I say to everybody, are you better off allowing some project up there and saying this is enough? Or are you better off saying no cannabis whatsoever up Sabeda Canyon? And that's a tough issue. Here on the compatibility issue, the neighbors have all decided it's not compatible, and that's their position. And maybe it's a be careful what you wish for, because that might mean that the board ultimately looks at this and says, oh, come on, that's an unreasonable position that you'd say that there'd be no cannabis there whatsoever. Tough decision for me. On balance, I think I can't make the finding 2.1.5, and I would compliment the tremendous effort by the applicant team, but I would not support the project.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Park. I guess, is Ms. Richardson, are you out there?
Chair Freeney, yes, I am.
Okay, good. I had a couple of questions for you. I thought Commissioner Cooney made some great points there when the comfort issue, and I heard him say to the neighborhood. And so I don't know the language exactly, but I would like you to look at it and then to maybe answer the question. So if these are Ag 2 properties surrounding the property, is that a neighborhood or is that a commercial farm zone?
Sure. Chair Freeney and the commission, I can look up the finding language to have that. But in terms of neighborhood, yes, I think ag compatibility, you look at the surrounding neighborhood. And for some projects, that's residential. In this context, it's agricultural. So that would be part of the consideration. And I can hop back on when I have the language. But as a CUP, the commission does have more discretion than with the land use permits in terms of neighborhood compatibility and other concerns.
Right. So I'm really trying to get finite on neighborhood. Is neighborhood, to me, a neighborhood is a group of homes, a community that's inhabited and they're within close proximity to one another. Mm-hmm. And then I don't see a bunch of farms out in the valley as a neighborhood. And I don't know what the intent of the word is. Mm-hmm. Or can you use it loosely like that and say, yes, these 10 farms collectively are now called a neighborhood. Do I farm in neighborhoods when I have farms all around me, or am I farming in a farm zone?
Right. Chair Farini and the commission. So the finding talks about, as you said, the health and safety of the neighborhood and will be compatible with the surrounding area. So I think in this context, neighborhood essentially means the surrounding area. This came up on the Mosby project years ago, which was surrounded by agricultural areas, and the board considered whether that project was compatible with that surrounding, quote unquote neighborhood. I don't think it's limited to like a residential neighborhood. It's essentially the surrounding area, and it's not defined, 1,000 feet. It's not concretely defined. So I think the commission does have some discretion on sort of how broadly you consider the neighborhood, but the surrounding agricultural area, I think, would be the neighborhood here.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Cooney. So you had said that if we were to look into, I think you had 2 issues that you would like further addressed, and if those could be addressed to your satisfaction, you would consider voting for the project. I don't want to speak for you, but that's what I recall.
Chair, just to amplify my comments, I am close to approving this project as is, but when I look at the findings that are required in a conditional use permit, it's a very high bar in my view for a project to succeed. I think that, and I think I said that this project could achieve, in my discretion, it could achieve sufficient success with its odor abatement plan, sufficient probability to minimize, not eliminate entirely, but minimize odors so that I could agree that it's compatible with the agricultural neighborhood in which it sits. I think one of us said, it's hard to imagine a project in that area which could meet the standard. But I think this project could, if they look at the issues raised by Mr. Shutillo and basically say, we're going to do further in terms of our effort to control those odors than we have. So I don't want to suggest to the applicant what they would do to satisfy me, but I would like to give them the chance to do that. And that was the reason, looking at our possibility of having a fairly soon determination that we could get this back in a few weeks and maybe even a couple of weeks and approve it. I could approve it.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Cooney. Commissioner Blau?
As I've said many times before, I am not inclined to ever vote against a continuance for a fellow commissioner. I appreciate Commissioner Cooney's thoughtful consideration, saying that with some probably minor modifications that he could approve the project. I think you might end up being a 4-zip or a 5-zip vote to go forward. I am somewhat concerned that this is going to be appealed to the board no matter what we do. And I'm really conflicted by the fact that, do I want to have it go to the board after the modifications that Commissioner Cooney is contemplating, which makes it a better project? I am very concerned that, as Commissioner Cooney has pointed out many times in my 12 years on the commission, that it's our job to get into the details and the finite stuff to try as good a project as it is, because the board doesn't tend to do that. They tend to look at the big picture, not the minute details. If the applicant were to agree to a 2-week continuance, and Commissioner Cooney could give them some idea as to what it might take to further mitigate the odor issue, I'd have no problem with it. I will tell you that if the applicant says no, they would rather have a denial than to wait 2 weeks for, Commissioner Cooney's approval of the project. I'm really conflicted, to tell you the truth. If you were to make a motion for continuance, I will support it, but I'm telling you what, I'm very conflicted by that. Just because if it's going to the board anyway, why would I want to frustrate the applicant or even the appellants in this case? Should there be one? No, let's get the project moving forward. Let's get the decision made. So it's your district. Let me know what your motion is, and I'll probably support it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Bradley.
These conversations are always fascinating, how we started off going with one sort of conclusion and now we're really on the opposite side of the discussion. I have two questions. I'm not exactly sure what Commissioner Cooney was hoping to get out of the applicant, something that was like greenhouse function for it, or because I think the odor abatement plan is acceptable. The geography of this site is so completely different than in Carpinteria that I think that what they've done is actually appropriate. And the fact that they have now the neighborhood outreach and there's a returning cycle with the best available technology, I think it's actually very strong. I feel like I shouldn't say feel, that's the wrong word to use in these things. I find that there's a lot of speculation that we're all forced to use, that it's going to be so horrible. I don't know that it's going to be so horrible, and nobody knows that this site is going to be horrible because it doesn't have a legal non-conforming grow. This is not Herbal Angels. This is a smaller grow on a site that has a very motivated applicant, an excellent team, and a completely secluded geography. I go back to the higher arguments. This is an ag zone. Compatibility with ag uses per condition and finding 2.1.5 is a different standard than compatibility between EDRNs across from the Carpinteria foothill area that are surrounded by much more dense residential. So I'm not persuaded by the lack of convenience for the neighborhood because they all bought on ag properties. It's ag. So, I'm not exactly sure what a continuance is going to get. And the second thing that, I didn't want to complicate anything, but there is a cap. The staff hasn't told us about it, but there's a cap that all the operators and applicants are racing towards. And if this is continued a couple of weeks and then it's appealed to the board, these guys may get out of the running because someone else will move in and get it. And I think these folks have actually worked pretty hard for this. And I think it's actually a good project. I think it's better than what someone else might have put on the site. So I'm hoping that the rest of the commission can come around and say, okay, this is pretty good. And even if it's not perfect, it's enough to get us out of planning commission consideration and onto the board, because it'll probably morph again. And that's maybe where the skin is left on the teeth for whatever Commissioner Cooney's envisioning.
Thank you, Commissioner Bradley. Commissioner Cooney, your hand's up.
I think we're about exhausting our arguments on this, Mr. Chair, but the only thing that I would say is that the applicant has hired a very skilled advisor in Mr. Eady and his company, and I'd be very surprised if they did want a continuance instead of a final decision today, that he would not improve that odor abatement plan sufficient to satisfy at least me. Perhaps there's out there a member or two of the board that would be pleased by pinning down every single issue. So I'm not going to agree with Commissioner Bradley, but I say that with the greatest respect for her thinking. You're right. We may never see a better project than they put forth right now, but I'm pretty confident that we can still nail down that, and maybe even advisors like Mark Shatillo can say, we're going to have a lot of trouble overturning this because they have made this extra step. But I think it's their decision.
All right. Okay. Well, that was a very educational discussion that we had on this project. And I do mean that, but in all sincerity, I did learn a lot, and I think very, very good points were raised. At this point, though, I was almost there, but I'm going to stand by my motion, and if I can get the support for it, then I think we can approve this project today and move it up to the board. And as we always do, then we eventually learn what more the board does require. And if they decide they're going to require more, we'll know that on future projects. The cap is a concern to me as well. And I think these guys have done a great job, and I'd like to see it move forward. So with that, I'll stand by my motion.
And I'll second that.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Blau.
Oh man, I was going to second it. Okay.
Oh, yeah, never mind.
Commissioner Bridley acquiesces.
You know what?
Commissioner Bridley acquiesces.
Commissioner Bradley, your argument was so cogent, I'm going to withdraw my second.
Oh, you got my name right too. Okay. All right, then I will second the motion. Sorry.
Okay. Secretary Wilson.
Yeah, Chair Freeney, thank you. I apologize for interrupting. I just want to clarify that the motion that you made is what was presented by staff on the memo dated July 28th. The recommended motion is on July 28th. And with that recommended motion is item number 3, which is to grant approval of the proposed project as revised today. So I just want to clarify that's what the motion was.
With the 14-day rule on the hoop houses and the withdrawal, yes.
Yes. Yes, Mr. Wilson.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Okay, Mr. Villalobos.
Commissioner Cooney.
No.
Commissioner Bridley.
Yes.
Commissioner Park.
No.
Commissioner Blau.
Aye.
Chair Farini.
Aye.
Motion passes 3-2.
Okay. Well, very good, everyone. We'll see you next time. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Great job.
Bye-bye.
Bye.